19. The Absolute Realm, year 176, meaning this fortress is 171 years old. Also, did anybody listen to that DF Roundtable? I took part in that last Sunday. No, not like yesterday Sunday, but like the week before. Clay is a little stressed, but being in the military always sorts out Clay, so Clay should be okay. Clay should be Clay. So something we're going to need to do today, because I currently only have 32 dwarves in the fort, we're going to need to get some more merchants in to the fort, so that's kind of the thing that needs to be done, because we've had a bunch of dwarves die of old age. So the current dwarves that are alive and living and breathing and existing are Apostle II, Axon II, Sparkly 4K, Swoos, Chimp, Danny UG, the Squoid, Peter II, Abe Exendi, Narvicius, Vinsati II, Belag II, Taurus II, Vuzel Vuzel, Pablo, Sui, Gimper II, Black Hole, Cade, Mad Hijinks, Cheers Jamie, Smash T, Simplex Eternal, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Zane, Vim XL, Anton Iceland, Therese, Ragswolf, Clay, and Demonoid. Did I ever give Demonoid jobs? Yes, I did. Cool. We had some kids grow up recently in the form of Demonoid and Clay, not Clay, but Demonoid and I want to say Ragswolf is also really young. Yeah, 15. So I've had some kids grow up recently, and they're doing better. They're doing better. So today is just going to kind of be a matter of let's try and get some more merchants in here so that we can actually continue to keep this fortress alive. If anybody's unfamiliar with this fort, let me know, and I can give you a full tour. Otherwise, we can just kind of get to it. But, yeah, I think that, you know, when you give people the anonymity of a global chat, it's just going to end up a nightmare. And it's kind of, I think, kind of impossible for it to not be unpleasant. It's always just going to be unpleasant. Have I traded with you yet? It looks like I haven't. I'm going to sell all of these wood chests because I've got a bunch of them. Should just offload those right quick. Because calling them breeding stock is too impolite. I mean, they kind of are breeding stock. They kind of are. But also, like, it's less breeding stock and more just like a workforce, you know? I've been calling them migrant workers a lot recently, which is also kind of like politically wrong, but they're kind of migrant workers. We haven't gotten migrants to the Fort Dragon Man in about 50 years. It's been at least 50 years since we've gotten migrants. Every year we just get the notification saying that we're not getting migrants from the Mountain Home. The Mountain Home has like 40 dwarves, and they've been invading this goblin fortress for about 170 years. By requesting merchants, Blue Water. Which you'll see me do in a minute. Forgotten Beast is beating up some big old rats in the basement. But essentially what you have to do is you have to go to one of your other forts or one of your hillixes and request merchants, basically. Baby make hence breeding stock. I mean, it's not quite just breeding stock, but like that's also not wrong. Oh, I also need to sell some rings. I got plenty of rings that need selling. Mayor, what do you want me not selling? Nothing. Cool. Unpaid interns. Well, nobody in Dwarf Fortress is paid, so that could like count for everybody, right? Because nobody in Dwarf Fortress gets paid because there's no economy in DF. We have coins, but we don't know what to do with them. No, I mean, you work to earn food in Dwarf Fort. and you work to earn alcohol. So all the dwarves are indentured servants. The only difference between merchants and normal dwarves is merchants can't join the military. That's literally it. They're basically just normal dwarves. Really? They'll be leaving soon? But you just got here! How else am I going to give you all of my old junk if you don't come and trade with me? Alright, well, they didn't bring any metals that I would like. Brought a hedgehog and a drake. Unfortunately, these humans don't have any fun animals. Okay, I did already trade with them. I did already trade with these guys. Maybe it was the other guys that I didn't trade with. Let's try trading with these guys. Ah, yes. These were the ones I didn't trade with because they arrived way later. So that's what we're going to do real quick. Going to trade for all of that. Whoops, there was another rose gold there. Oh, should probably also, just do that. Blue Jays, llama, drake. Ooh, they have a hen. I'll take a hen. Sure. Don't need any blue jays, though. Yak, cow, billy goat. Trade all of that for some bars and a hen. Let's just jump up here. Stray hen. Right here. You can get 2 caravans? You've been able to get 2 caravans for a very long time. You just need to know how to do it. You just need to make contact with more civs without invading them. So the way I did it was I requested tribute. So you can either request a one-time tribute or a perpetual tribute. And if you demand a one-time tribute, and if you have a half-decent squad, they'll probably succeed. They'll send you a tribute, which will be a little thing of gear or an anvil or like a couple items, and then they'll come trade with you. So no, it's been in since 4412 when they added raiding and all of that stuff. So ever since you've been able to raid, you've been able to go request tribute, and requesting tribute is the thing that lets you get multiple trade caravans. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel called How to Become a Global Trade Hub in Dwarf Fortress, which is literally just me explaining every single step on how to do it. It's pretty simple, though. You just go to set a raid, and instead of, like, sending soldiers to go attack, you swap out the definition to demand a one-time tribute or ongoing tribute. Yeah. So not only do I trade with 2 humans at once, we're also trading with elves because of that. Although the elves just showed up to trade. But, like, in another faction that I actually had a goblin civ bringing me tributes for a bit, too, until they inevitably invaded. That's also a pretty good way to get the goblins to come fight you. You just send a tribute demanding dwarf out, demand tribute from the goblins, and then they'll just come attack you in a couple of years. That's actually a pretty good way to, like, convince the goblins that you want to fight. Not that they need convincing, but it's a pretty good way of agitating the goblins so that they come fight you, if you want to do that. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is an excellent game. You should definitely play Dwarf Fortress. It's obtuse and it's tricky, but it's excellent. Anybody that sticks something, anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. What a statement, Dwarf. Anybody that sticks to something any longer than they have to is an idiot. Well, don't get your tongue stuck to the top of your mouth with peanut butter. Long meeting coming up. Gotcha, Aquasire. I mean, I'll be here. I'll be streaming. But yeah, no, there's a lot of weird things that I've learned about Dwarf Fortress in this fort. And that's, you know, it's not the most violent fort. It's not the most immediately exciting fort, but it's certainly... I've learned things about this game from this fort that I never would have learned otherwise, so... Let's smelt 200 ore. I've also got those vests being made. This dwarf right here, Sparkly, is just running back and forth making leather vests. DF Biker Gang. How you doing, Safe? Thanks for the channel points. Cheers, man. Goes a long way. Thanks for helping me get another day off. I think I'm just going to try for the next couple months to just always have a day off thing running. Just always. Dwarf I'm a little worried about, but I think he'll be okay. I also need a dwarf for my last squad. But anyway, so what we're gonna actually hold on. Demonoid, would you make for a good military dwarf? Gripped by crippling shyness. Okay, probably not. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment to her and those around her. She's in a constant state of internal rage and often sad and dejected. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is sloppy with her living space. Probably not. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be a good military dwarf. We'll just leave you be. All right, so I'm going to request some migrants. So what I do is I hit C, and I go to this screen, and I go to this, which is the Hillocks of Channel Dens. So in order to do this, you need to have hillocks, and as you can see, there's actually a dwarf here named Red, this guy. Red is one of my previous dwarves who I expelled for tantruming. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for couples. They may not necessarily successfully come over, but I'm looking for when I select one, a second one pops up. You do have to, see, that's a married couple or a couple. So hopefully they will show up and make all sorts of nice little babies for us. They're also excellent for workers. There you go. So that's probably enough for this one. So I'm going to back out of this screen. I'm going to press enter on that and then assign my messenger. My messenger is going to, who is Eternal, one of my longest running dwarves, is going to finish doing the task that he's doing. And then he's going to run off the fort, off the side of the map, and then come back in a day or so, and hopefully bring some of them back with him. Where did you get a year or two out? Statement. And Cadanza OG, hello. Well, it's morning here. What part of the world, I guess that would be Europe for evening. Most places in Europe, it's like getting towards evening, I would assume. You know, over here, it's almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Almost on my first cup of coffee. You're in Scotland? Gotcha. I was going to guess the UK, but not Scotland specifically. We request you at this fort. We need you here. On how much he had left to do. Here's the thing. The longer it's only okay. It's only been 2 years. I know this sounds silly. It's only been 2 years since they've announced it, and when I spoke with Tarn, he more or less stated that he wants to have it out by the end of this year. And based on how much he has to do and how much he said he has to do, I'm pretty confident he can do it. The original release window that they wanted to have it out for was end of 2020, but then everything in 2020 happened, which slowed it down. So it's like, I get a strong impression of hopefully by the end of the year. But I think it also depends on how smooth his moving goes, because I know he has to move in July. But who knows, right? Who knows? I certainly don't. All right, well, you've been sent out, so why haven't you gone out? Yeah, I only have the one messenger. I guess it's just a low priority task for you. Hey, Hayes, what's up? Totally, Armin. I don't know. I think it's a bad idea to start openly spreading the word of that, because that would not be the ideal for Bay 12 and for everybody, right? So, I don't know. I'm going to push back on that whenever I see that. Also, hello, Tele. How was your first cup of coffee? Is it still cold brew? Why are you the third person who's asking me if I'm still drinking the cold brew? I made a liter of cold brew and I finished it that same day. Why the heck would I still be drinking the same pot of cold brew like 4 days later? You are vastly underestimating the amount of coffee I can drink. Vastly. If I have coffee, I drink it. Cold brew I go through way faster than regular coffee too. But yeah, no, when I talked to him, it was, I think, 26 shops still need to be done. Adventure mode is half done, and Legends mode still needs to be done. But no, I think that, like, the concern, I guess my concern, so I see things that a lot of people don't, right? I see every single comment that comes into my YouTube channel. And in the last 3 months, I've started seeing a lot of comments like, oh, this is vaporware, or, oh, this is never coming out, or, oh, this is going to get canceled, or he's going to get distracted and never finish it. So I think kind of, at least from my point of view, you don't need to follow this by any stretch, just to be clear. But for me, I need to be optimistic because I don't like that attitude. And I don't think that we should start stating that that's going to be a thing that's going to happen, because that's just unhealthy for everybody involved, more or less, if that makes any sense. Let's also make 100 more charcoal, because I'm not sure how much charcoal I have. So I'm not going to start saying that, yeah, maybe it's not 1 to 2 years out. I will stick to whatever Tarn says, which is hopefully by the end of this year. Because might it be 1 to 2 years out? Maybe. Do I hope it's not? Yes. There is vapors in this game? Sure. But people starting to say that a thing is vaporware means people stop supporting it. And that's bad. And, you know, like, I know that people who play DF are very used to things in Dwarf Fortress taking a very, 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 very long time. But people who are newish to this game and newish to following it have a very short attention span and are not used to things taking a very, 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 very long time. Right? So, I don't know. I mean, you gotta remember it was announced before the pandemic happened, Zanny. You gotta remember that, right? I don't think it was announced too soon. I think it would be out by now. If we didn't have the forest fires and if we didn't have the pandemic. Straight up. I think it would be done by now. Mental health is a really big factor in someone's ability to work, right? With Duke Nukem Forever actually getting released, you're surprised people look at vaporware in such a short period of time. People just have, yeah, bad example, but people have a very short attention span in the current year. And it's not necessarily a fault of people necessarily, but it is there is certainly fault to be had there. People are certainly very quick to stop caring and give up. Very quick. Like, upsettingly quick to give up. I mean, I think maybe a better example, a better example than Duke Nukem Forever would be just any game that's goes a really long period of time without patches. And people are very used to games getting 1 to 2 updates a year. You know, like when I'll have people on a regular basis be like, oh, they're still updating that? Like, oh, they're still updating Dwarf Fortress? And it's like, yeah, I mean, we just got a patch very recently. No, exactly. DF is really unique, but marketing is not, right? First it was March 2020, then it was March 2021. Well, okay, so what initially happened, like this is the whole timeline here, right? It was announced, and when it was announced it was supposed to be out in the end of 2020, right? The original trailer when that was announced. It was supposed to be the end of 2020. And the original trailer was 2019, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, March 13th, 2019 was the original trailer, right? And it was supposed to come out roughly a year later. And then Tarn spent that whole summer just being Tarn, you know, working on villains and not getting too deep into the Steam version, right? Just being Tarn. Then the pandemic happened. So, like, I don't know if it's necessarily fair to say that, oh, first it was March 2020, then it was March 2021. It's like, well, I would argue that they probably did announce it a year too early, but also at the same time, announcing it when they did made Bay 12 Games' Patreon go from about $4,000 a month to about $10,000 a month. So maybe they did announce it at the right time because they're getting a lot more financial support than they were previously. So I don't know if it was necessarily the wrong time to announce it, but it certainly has ended with them getting more of that kind of support, you know? And you can go look at Bay 12 Games' income. They post all of that stuff. And for the amount of people that that thing is supporting, it's not a lot of money. Exactly. Yeah, Aqua. Absolutely. Strategy is a big part of announcements. Yeah, and no one can plan for a pandemic. And the humans have arrived with their annual tributes. I think Stone's still unconscious, so I will just screenshot this stuff. Because it is autumn. Man, I can power through smelting so fast. Government should plan for it. You think they should, yeah. It's almost like they should. But yeah, these are the tributes that I was talking about. Every year, the humans bring me these tributes. Because I have basically threatened them with war if they don't. They just forgot about it. Did anybody watch the Netflix series called Pandemic that came out like 3 months before all the pandemic lockdowns happened? Because I certainly did. And it was spooky. That thing was produced in like 2017, but didn't get released until like early 2020. What, threatening people with violence? I mean, it works in real life too. Threaten people with violence and demand money. Fuck, where's that bronze spike? Oh my god, there's so much here. So wait, if you can demand tribute, does this mean you have a new way to provide booze for your food and dwarves? Here's the thing. They're not going to bring you even remotely consistent things. So no, not really. I mean, it's not really a sustainable way. I usually end up giving all the stuff back to them. But it is kind of funny seeing what they bring. Now I'm waiting for the other human. How's Clay doing? Still stressed. Getting back, though. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. I like that my messenger is just like prioritizing smithing over anything else. It's like, this is a much more normal one. It's like, cool, they brought me 10 leopard blood. Like, there's nothing edible in there. But they do often bring weird weapons. Like, I've gotten, like, dozens of whips from them. Like, dozens of whips. So they do bring some interesting stuff. That is useful and helpful, but not necessarily food or drink. Also, I would say bolt, plow, or hook, or axe, specifically. Axe should be an option. Axe should be a method of providing for your dwarves, damn it. Loop-de-loop? I'm sorry, what? Whips aren't weapons? In DF, they certainly are. They're more effective than swords, Abra. More effective than swords. Very, 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 very effective weapon. Probably the best weapon in DF, actually. Yeah, also in Castlevania. See, there's 2 examples of whips being used as perfectly legitimate weapons. Also, Indiana Jones. And Streamer needs to take a piss, because Streamer's been drinking too much coffee. Back in a minute. Oh, sup, Trashy. I mean, I could tell you when you were last here if you want. You last spoke in the chat in 11/23/2020. Not that long. It's not that long. Well, I mean, it's been a few months. Not the ones they're sending? Oh, the ones that they're sending. Those are definitely like bedroom whips. Is that what you're suggesting? I gotcha. Phycon, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? The usual stuff. I would like you to send me all of your various woods so I don't need to hack down the trees and upset the LV people, the pointy-eared folk. And you're also going to give me bronze, brass, steel, billin, black bronze, rose gold, and bismuth. Also, just because I'm curious. Just looking at what they have in pets. Wondering, okay, no, nothing fun. Nothing fun nor new. How well. And they say, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes still rise and fall together. Well, fortunately, Abra, in Dwarf Fortress, interspecies breeding isn't a thing, so the humans wouldn't be sending us those kinds of whips anyways. I'm glad you liked it. It's probably my favorite thing I've ever done. It's like those interviews, everything in that interviews playlist is the best things I've done. Just period. At least as far as YouTube stuff goes. I've had some pretty great streams over the years, I would say, but I think the best thing the best things I've ever made are those interviews. There is an emu in a tree getting shot. All right. Sure. One of my favorite compliments I got about the Jupiter Hell video is that it feels like I'm watching a real documentary. And it was from a friend of mine. He's like, watching this, it felt like I was watching a real documentary. And it's like, oh, it feels like I made something real. Cool. Which is like a weird way to word it, I guess, but. Okay, we gotta go trade with the dwarves. Alright, so, ring. Sell all of those rings. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, this is something that I was shown the other day, but if you hit S for select and then hit X, it'll only highlight all of the damaged stuff. So I can just be like, yes, I would like to sell all of the damaged clothing. Oh shit, I just realized I screwed this up. There we go. I unscrewed it, perfect. This looks like a C64 game on steroids. This wouldn't run on a C64. This wouldn't run on a C64. No, this game brings high-end PCs to their knees. Just because it doesn't have graphics doesn't mean it's not a modern game. Although you've watched enough of me in the last few years to probably know that, I would think, right? Me? What PC hardware do I use? I have an i7-7700K processor and 64 gigs of RAM, 1070. It's on an SSD, 1 terabyte, onboard drive. Yeah, nothing super fancy or new. Dwarf Fortress is one of the most intricate games I've ever played. Although calling it visually a C64 game isn't wrong. That isn't wrong. Although there are some pretty detailed tile sets out there. It's kind of like Minecraft. You can have as complicated or as simple a tile set as you want. You get so caught up in building and managing workshops that you lose sight of who is missing and interesting things happening. Krug Smash is a great example of someone that can weave such tales from there. For maybe yourself too. I'm not as familiar with your videos. Sorry. Well, I mean, I don't weave as detailed as a narrative because that's not the point of my broadcasts. But you just have to slow down and read about your dwarves. Like, slow down, pay attention, read. Quite literally. Like, pay attention to their personalities. Keep track of what they're doing. It's not really a how do you document it, it's just a read. I mean, with my Day Fort series, I make little screenshot collages of every single fort I've done. But, like, I'm not Krug Smash, right? I don't draw the narrative stuff. But, you know, like, I had a dwarf who was married, who had a whole bunch of kids, and then the mayor convicted her husband with a beating, and he died in the beating, unfortunately. And then within a week, the mayor married her. Like, literally builds the internal storyline of, oh, this dwarf sentenced this dwarf to death, and then married the dude's wife. It was obviously a sting operation. Was it? No, absolutely not. Like, in order to build a narrative from Dwarf Fortress, you need to have some imagination. So you have to read a lot, nickname dwarves to keep track of them, and pay attention to the events and let your imagination go hog wild. Because this is something that, like, I actually talked with Krug Smash about once, and even he worries about this too, is like some people get kind of the wrong idea from his streams, because 60% of, or not his streams, his videos, because I'd say about 60 to 70% of the storytelling in his videos is completely and utterly bullshit that he's making up. Because you have to stare at your dwarves and assign narrative to your dwarves. Gave it 1.5 streams and then gave up on it. He usually likes deck builders. I know who Billy One Kirby is. Yeah, he plays a lot of Slay the Spire and stuff. So at least I'm not the only person who's like meh on it then, Friskins. It's a deck builder and not a particularly interesting one. But it does still have 5,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. So clearly somebody likes it. Man, that hurts me. There's so many better games that get no attention. DF is a world generator, and the dwarves will weave a narrative, but it's up to you to tie those threads together, and you as the player have to tie the threads together. Like for me, half of the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress is building your fort and defending your fort, at least for Fortress mode. Building your fort and defending your fort and playing the game. The other half of the gameplay is paying attention to my dwarves and weaving an internal narrative of what they're actually doing and what the world is like and who's talking with who and who's friends with who and who's paying attention to who and who's married to who, right? Like that is very much a part of the game for me, and that is a part of the game that I focus on. Not everybody does that, and you don't have to do that to enjoy Dwarf Fortress at all, but I do, right? So that's my tip on that is just if you want to weave a narrative in your head, you have to pay attention. You have to slow down and and I always recommend people try to not play Dwarf Fortress like a town builder. Try to not play it like a city builder. Don't worry about just not micromanaging. Don't worry about min-maxing and just winning the game. Just focus on your dwarves. Focus on what they're doing. Focus on who they're friends with, who their gods are. Read about the art that they're making. Pay attention to your artifacts. Look at who's naming their weapons in the squads. All of those little bits of information you can weave together in your head to create this interesting little narrative. It's easier to do in like Legends mode, right? Because you just get like a list of events. And it's also easier to do in adventure mode because you're just a character going on an adventure and things happen, right? But in Fortress mode, you kind of have to ascribe a narrative to that. Like the player, it's not going to just give you a story. You have to go out of your way to find it. But that's why it's a make your own fun game, and it's one of the original make your own fun games, right? Well, maybe not the original, but it's like that's what it's always been. It's always been a game about find your own fun. Find your own fun games are now very popular, right? You know, people talking about how they're pulling narratives out of things like Valheim. You know, we went over to this island and we got stuck, and then my friend went AFK and we left him in the boat, and then the boat floated off and we got stuck on this island and we all died to cave trolls. Then my friend came back from being AFK and he was like, why am I in the middle of an ocean by myself? Where are you guys? Kind of stuff. Like those kinds of stories. Is that a story? No, not really. But like if you listen to that, you can ascribe a narrative to that, and then suddenly you have systemic storytelling in a multiplayer survival game, right? With Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of the same thing, but you need to pay attention to your dwarves to find it. I realize I'm still like kind of giving you just a longer and longer and longer winded answer, but I hope that answers your question. But yeah, Freskins, my main issue with Loop Hero is that it calls itself a roguelike. If it was just like, yo, it's a board game deck builder, I feel like I wouldn't be as salty about it, and I'd just be kind of like, okay, this game's not for me. But the fact that they're like, yeah, it's a roguelike, it's really not. Anyway, whatever. I mean, sometimes I worry with this fort that I'm not doing the greatest job keeping you guys up with the immediate narratives, but like, as long as you can kind of get a overarching, like, general idea. It's in the tags. It's in the developer tags. So the developer added roguelike and roguelite as part of the tags. So on Steam, it is tagged as a roguelike. But yeah, no, it kind of reminds me of Crying Suns. It's like, this is a decent game, and there will be an audience for it, but I don't think it's me. That's me in Loop Hero. It's like, there's an audience for this game. It's not me. And that's not necessarily anything wrong with the game. It might be something wrong with me, but I don't know. It's more likely something's wrong with me than something's wrong with the game. And the dwarves are leaving. Did my messenger ever go do your job? I'm going to reset you onto that job because you're supposed to go do that. Once you're done drinking, could you please go do your job? Maybe it's just because so many things need to get stored away in stockpiles. I need to just let these dwarves finish all their putting stuff away jobs. Ponder nerves. What a thing for a dwarf to be pondering. Ponder nerves. I know that they're probably thinking about like nervous systems, right? Felt content after pondering nerves. I've been mulling over nerves. I'm so content about this. Who actually gets content after mulling over nerves? The hell is wrong with you, dwarf? The hell is wrong with you? What up, Ghost? How you been? How's the school stuff treating you? Yeah, hopefully things are good. Hopefully things are good. Oh, God. I'm just looking at the world that Vinsati generated over in Discord. Check this out. It's just like, it's a sea of vomit and a few cursed islands. Sea of vomit and a few cursed islands. Yep, seems about right. It's like Dwarf Fortress version of the Caribbean. A sea of vomit and some cursed islands. It's terrifying. It's one of the reasons it's one of the things I want to see from Myths and Magic. It's like I can wait for it. I don't need it right now or anything, but just hearing Tarn talk about the primordial soup and all that shit, I'm like, I would like to know what World Gen would look like on post, like just after the like inception of the world. I'd love to see that shit. I feel like that would be so much fun to look at. You know what's kind of bad is I'm already like sitting here and kind of thinking like, I wonder what my next big project is gonna be for YouTube. I wonder what it is, because the last one was the interview with Epion. I know I need to take like at least a week off before I organize anything else and actually like dive into making another big video like that. But I'm trying to think what's something I could reasonably do. Forgotten Beast is still bullying Large Rat. Dwarves are refilling all these stockpiles, which is good. I really need to get that trade depot cleaned out. There's just so much shit right there. Studying is okay. You looking forward to the next F1 season, Cutest? It's going to be kind of fun having our bi-weekly Sunday sessions of at least me waking up too damn early. For those of you who don't know, I watch F1. I know it may not immediately seem like the sort of thing I would watch, but I watch F1. And new season's starting pretty soon, and I can't wait. It'd be nice to have something a little bit different. Make scepters. Rock scepter. 3. Just for the mayor. Whenever this mayor dies, I'm gonna have so many scepters. Okay, how come you haven't gone and done your job yet? Eternal. It's not that difficult. I realize you're my messenger, so I'm just going to take you off of hauling, so you stop hauling shit. Go do your messenger job. I'll put you onto hauling once you get back, but why haven't you gone and done that yet? Who's hyped about the next season? I don't know if I'm hyped, but it'll be nice to, you know, have something to do every other Sunday. Something to look forward to, you know? Even if it's just something small. It's amazing, like, how much just having something to look forward to in your week brightens your week up. Even if it's something minuscule, like the release of a new game or a sporting event or a live streamed concert. At least for me, it's like a very small things can just brighten up my week. Make rock scepter has been completed. And Mayor is already demanding I make iron ballista arrows. You iron ballista. Assemble iron ballista arrow. 3. I think it was 3 that he wanted, right? Yeah, 3. The hell? There you go. Now Eternal is going to go request. So just keep in mind, apparently requesting things from other forts is a very low priority job. He was doing hauling over that. All right, well, you're heading out now. Good luck there, Dwarf. Probably. No, I don't, actually. Really? I was kind of expecting to need to dump a bunch of stuff here, but I don't need to. How many animals do we have? 36. We've got a good number of animals right now. How's Clay doing? You felt free remembering wearing old clothing. Are you still wearing old clothing? No, you are not. You're actually wearing pretty nice clothing. I'm going to make 20... leather water skin 20. I'm going to make 20 leather water skins because I know I have a bunch of water skins or a bunch of water skins, but if I, oh no. Sheep been found starved to death. There's definitely enough grazing territory in there. Why'd you starve to death? Weird. All right. I don't actually believe any of the people I just requested came.
Bring out your dead!
Sheep. Bring out your dead. Sheep. Well, let's try that again then. Ineth Knife Mine. That sound. It looks like an Elvish name when written in English, for whatever reason. Now, those people might also arrive a little bit later. Maybe they're packing their stuff up or something. Lord Floof was expelled for murdering 2 dwarves. Kind of sucks that I had to boot out Lord Floof, but also don't miss him. This is like kind of my prison fort. Oh. Why did I get the notification that you'd returned already, even though you haven't? Well, I mean, I did say that a named sheep was found dead. Someone's pet sheep was found dead. And I do definitely specify when people die in Dwarf Fort. I definitely do. You just need to pay closer attention, Violet. Whoops. And also, I need to not slam my elbow on things. Now my military get to get new fancy water skins, because these are all going to be like masterpiece leather water skins. Maybe I need to give you guys a break. Also, Clay, I'm just going to make sure you're not on hauling, because that's a stressful task. Hauling is just such a time-consuming task. It takes so long, and it does genuinely stress the hell out of dwarves. Also, we're a little bit lurky. Could I get a round of beers in the chat? If you happen to be listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Oh, the clip doesn't? Well, obviously the clip's not going to change. Obviously. I love when dwarves go to pester the mayor while he's sleeping. It's like, Mayor taking a nap. Or rather, she's taking a nap, right? She's just snoozing on her pile of scepters. And this upset dwarf is just like, I must bitch at you. And thus I will wait until you wake up and dance around your bed. Wake up. I have complaint I would like to send to you. Dwarves, they don't really... Now he's standing on top of them. Dwarves don't really have any regard for personal space. Like, look at this. Just sitting right on top of him. Just like, fucking bull stuff. The hell? I find that very funny. I find that very, very funny. Relieved while yelling at somebody in charge. Now you're going to go put away the rest of your shit. Kind of babysitting this dwarf right now, but you should be okay. Dwarves are kind of getting a brief period. Ooh, you're telling a story. A brief period of break. I want to see my friends. I'm lonely. See, that's a problem. We need dwarves to be able to see their friends. I've been working them too hard. But somehow in the USSR it turned into Women Are Spring Flowers and Precious and Beautiful Day? Did they at the very least put a day at the end? So it's Women Are Spring Flowers and Precious and Beautiful Day? Because that would just make it funny to me. Otherwise it's like, okay, that's a very flattering thing to say, but... And that's a holiday? Really? So you don't say there's no like day attached to that? Spring flowers. What about summer flowers and fall flowers? Or winter flowers even. There are some flowers that only bloom in the winter. It's good coffee. What are you talking about? Winter flowers are awesome. Technically, I have a winter flower blooming in my house right now, although it's not technically supposed to be a winter flower. It's definitely supposed to be a summer flower, but it's just warm in my apartment, so it doesn't realize that it's not summer, so it's blooming. I have a peace lily that currently has like 5 flowers coming out of it. It's just exploding with flowers. Winter is upon us. Winter has leapt onto our head on all 4s. You have to deal with that now. Snowstorm season. Chat, I got a question. If you could request a video with any developer, who would it be and why? Like, if you could just be like, Blind, could you interview this developer? Or make a video about this game? I'm not going to guarantee I'll get any of that shit done if you guys actually have requests, but I'm just curious as to what it would be. Because currently my next on my list of people to get in a video is Mike Mayday, the other guy working on graphics for DF. But as far as I know, he's taking an internet break currently, so I'm going to wait a little bit on that. I mean, because he's in charge of all the concept stuff, I want to talk to him about perspective. Subset games? Really? Subset? Interesting. Actually, one of my teammates did a Q&A with, I wouldn't really call it an interview, but did like a 3-hour Q&A with Tynan. I have no interest in talking to Tynan, though. I feel like I would just shred him. I would ask a lot of mean questions because I have very negative feelings about RimWorld these days. Caves of Cut I'd love to do. Kenshi? I need to get into Kenshi. I keep trying to get into Kenshi and just keep bouncing off of that. Here, I'll find it for you. Give me a second. It's more of a Q&A and less of an interview that she did, but... yeah, here it was. It was a live stream thing. But like, yeah, it's just like 3 hours of him talking about random stuff. A lot of RimWorld stuff in there too. But yeah, no, I feel like I would just be mean if I interviewed Tynan. Scamps the DF cat? I mean, he always has parts in every single one of the... have I entertained it? What do you mean? Like, have I, like, tried? I mean, I would love to do a similar scale video about Caves of Cud that I like the Jupiter Hell one. Like, that's something I would love to do. But that would be a monumental task, I think. Because I'd need to get both halves of the team for that one. If I were to do it the way I would want to do it. I'd love to, another video that I'd love to do would be to get Mark or Johnson, who makes Ultima Ratio Regum. I'd love to hear him talk about Ultima Ratio Regum. That would be really interesting. FTL is great. I don't like playing it, though. That's the problem that I have with subset games. I really, really, really like Into the Breach. But I don't like playing FTL. I like watching FTL. I don't enjoy playing FTL. FTL never caught on with me the way it did seemingly everybody else. Like, I was always kind of like, this is all right, but like, I don't really want to play it necessarily. Like, I never thought that FTL was bad. I just didn't like playing it. I love Into the Breach, though. I think Into the Breach is almost a perfect game. Into the Breach is like up there with Tetris for me, where it's like, oh, this is actually like a perfect game. I mean, okay, so this dwarf is anxious after discussing eye anatomy. See, this is why you need to have like a young world in Dwarf Fortress, because you get this kind of shit. I'm discussing eye anatomy. I am anxious. Yes, me too. So Eternal just like left. What? I sent you out here to go get me more migrants. What are you doing? Yeah, Caves of Cud would be incredible. You haven't played Into the Breach yet? Into the Breach is so fucking good. That would also be a good work job. You also get anxious when eye stuff is discussed. Yeah, and often I'm the source of the anxious eye stuff. I'm often the source of that because I have weird eye problems that I talk about sometimes, and I've made people very uncomfortable. I've had people be like, "Blind, can you stop?" It's like, okay, I'll stop. Also, hello, Harold. It's good to see you. I hope that you are doing the wellest. Epic is stealing all your bandwidth. God damn Epic when they're free video games stealing all of my bandwidth. Axon has no ammunition. Oh no, we must ammo you up. I only have 28 iron bolts. Really? Let's make a bunch of iron bolts. Why not? Lost Flame Dev? Now that would be an excellent video that nobody would watch. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, that might be interesting, actually. I wonder... I think he's Polish. Huge Owl. Pretty sure he's from Poland. That would be an interesting one. What did I think about it? Why do you care what I think about it? And then I'll answer that question. This poor dwarf. Alrighty then. I mean, I can answer the question. I do have thoughts about it. I was just curious as to why do you care what I think about it? But to answer that question, what do I think about the Seth mess? I think Seth is an asinine piece of shit who's very, very good at advertising video games. And I think that an audience for a creator is an extension of the creator's personality. And not taking responsibility for the actions of your community is kind of disgusting. I think that it helped Caves of Cud a lot, and Caves of Cud sold a lot of copies off of it, and I think that that's excellent for Caves of Cud because they certainly deserve the sales. But I think that the drama surrounding that was overblown by a bunch of whiny twats on the internet. And I think that they went about dealing with it the right way. Just fucking standing up and locking their community down. I would have done the exact same thing. So, I wouldn't really call it a mess. I'd say it's just a side effect of what Seth does. It happens to every game that Seth reviews. It becomes a nightmare hellscape if the developer don't fucking stop it in advance. So, that's what I think about the Caves of Cud Seth mess. And fuck Seth. Even though he sells a lot of copies of video games. I have very little to no respect for any creator who doesn't police or moderate their community in the slightest, and I have even less respect for a creator who encourages that kind of behavior as a positive thing. This spot needs more chests. I thought I sold all of my wooden chests. What? Guess not. We're into midwinter. Seeing some dwarves making it to the end of the jobs. We're still putting a lot of stuff away. There's a lot of things getting put away right now. I just, it's kind of a weird thing, Ashfault, just purely because whenever Seth makes a video, this happens. Every single video he's made in the last, like, 2 years, this happens. And every single time, I have dozens of people, asking me what I think about it. And that's kind of confusing to me. I know for a fact I'm not alone about how I feel about him. And I'm surprised that more people aren't more vocal. Because he clearly causes almost as much distress as he promotes good games. And it's very much a question of why don't more people hold him to that? And then the reason usually for people is, well, because he's entertaining. It's like, well, is the entertainment worth it? I guess. I don't know. I don't understand it. Discussing eye anatomy. The anatomy of the eye. It's making one dwarf anxious, one dwarf content, and one dwarf giddy you're giddy remembering performing, and you're content after discussing eye anatomy. Heads up, chat. Investments are open. If you wish to invest your tickets. Now you're interested about you're curious about the eye anatomy itself? Go Google eye anatomy and learn about eyeballs. I'm sure you'll find a Wikipedia page within seconds that will give you the full description of the insides of the eye anatomy. Now they're talking about foraging behavior, which would be the foraging behavior of animals, and like their grazing trails and all that stuff. Let's see what I got. Good luck, investors. You can't afford to go down? Can't afford the time? Wikipedia rabbit holes are some of the few good rabbit holes left on the internet, though. You know, like, interested after reading The Mountain Home. Further musings. Who wrote that? This is a superior quality, nice-bound codex. Written portion consists of a one-page essay entitled "Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls," authored by Animal. Considers the settling of the dwarf Animal in Longdeath in the midsummer of year 6. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. We're still reading books from the year 6, and it's year 176. It's been 170 years since that book was written. Do you remember Ulilia? No, I don't think so. Refresh my memory. TV Trumps, yeah. Recalled the reason why Toady will not add waste management because I think he is afraid of us weaponizing shit. Tarn has stated he will not add poop and waste management to Dwarf Fortress because if he adds poop as a liquid, we'll figure out a way to shoot it at people, and he doesn't want us making poop cannons. Quite literally, it's the reason he doesn't want to add poop. Also, I think he said something about not wanting to learn about poop. Maybe I should bring up poop on the next interview. I should ask him why he's not adding poop to the game. No, I'm not familiar with this. Trumpet Dog. I am not familiar with this. Poop drowning traps. Yes. The great sewage pits of the Goblin Empire. Valid, but also a little sad. Yeah, but also, like, valid. You know, like, yeah, I get it. I get it. But also, I get it. You know what I mean? It's a, I get it, but also, I get it. I'm totally fine with Tarn never adding poop. I think there's actually a ship management mod if you really want that. It's one of those things that's like, it's in the game. If it's EA Sports, it's in the game. If you really want it to be in the game, it can be in the game. They're a necessary part of the world's infrastructure. You are totally correct. Relieved while yelling at somebody in charge. Felt empathy remembering the unexpected death of somebody. I want to say it was your, yeah, it was your mother. When this dwarf's mother, Dragon Man, died, this dwarf got kind of whiny, and it's ever since then he's got the reoccurring memory of mulling over the unexpected death of somebody. But felt empathy is a good thing.
You don't want to lower you traders into the poop trench.
I mean, we can if we try hard enough. Abra fucking cadabra. Thank you very much for definitely not being Hitler and definitely keeping that sub alive for 10 months. A 10th month. Not necessarily 10 months in a row, but thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around, man. Gratitude remembering a sparring session. Most of the dwarves are just chilling now, which is good. Which is what we need. Also, I'm very worried because Eternal just like left. I sent Eternal off to go here, to go get us stuff, and I got a notification saying they returned, but they never came back. So I'm worried. Very worried about that, Dwarf. Hoping they'll just kind of come back at some point. Maybe they'll come back in the spring as a migrant. That's happened to you a few times now? Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a bug. It's definitely a bug where dwarves will leave and just never come back. It's just like the last time Dwarf left to get some more milk. He never did come back. Is that, can we bring that meme back? The he never did come back meme. Also, on the topic of people who left to get something and never did come back, I wonder how many people have unironically unfollowed me because of my opinions on Seth. Because every single time I talk about Seth, within 10 minutes, I lose 1 or 2 followers. Every single time, without fail, I lose a couple of followers. It's always been a thing. And I actually want to know how many followers I've lost because of my opinions on the dude. It's very funny to me. They returned in spirit. I legit actually had a dwarf return once in the form of a ghost, so I've literally had dwarves return in spirit before. They went off, fought, died, and then a ghost showed up. So I've definitely legitimately had dwarves return in spirit before. Make crossbows. Iron crossbow. 3. Seth. S-E-T-H or S-S-E-T-H. Do you know if there are any issues with the Steam? Do you know if there are any issues the Steam release and DF Children? With the Steam release and DF Children. That's not going to change at all. The game's not ESRB rated, so no problems. If the game was rated by ESRB, there might be issues, but even then, I don't see there being any issue there. I mean, there is no... So, Dwarf Fortress doesn't add, like, you're never going to be in a situation in Dwarf Fortress outside of, like, maybe adventure mode where you're like, I'm just going to go murder children. Like, that isn't really something that you do. Like, the game never tells you, go murder this child. Like, that's not a thing that you do in Dwarf Fortress. It's a thing that can happen, but it's not necessarily a thing that you just go do. Does that make sense? So I don't see that really being an issue, like with ratings and stuff. But I also don't think they're planning on getting ESRB rated, so it's never been an issue before. I don't see it being an issue now. I think Dwarf Fortress is helped by the fact that, like, even with sprites, they're still just sprites. So, like, the worst violence in Dwarf Fortress is kind of, like, labeled as cartoon violence. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there is graphic violence descriptions in Dwarf Fortress, but it's still kind of cartoony. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even, like, Skyrim levels of graphics where you can just see, like, actual models of a thing. It's very much oh, well, yes. I mean, you can read the descriptions of something going splat on the ground. Oh, fuck. Clay's throwing a tantrum. Clay's throwing a tantrum. Clay's throwing a tantrum. Not Clay, please don't do it. No, you just broke a statue. Another statue. And a third statue. And a fourth statue. Ooh, and you beat the crap out of somebody. Did you just get into a fight with a dwarf and lose? Militia captain, yeah. Go. Oh, okay. So picked a fight with one of my other militia captains and just got wrecked and is just like, I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. Well, I mean, I hope you didn't kill anybody. Now you're just on the ground tantruming and getting carried while still tantruming to the hospital. Thanks, Gary. Like, that was a violent moment in Dwarf Fortress, but even that's like, you know, like, it's just, because it's just text descriptions, it's not as bad as some things. Like, like, Dwarf Fortress is never going to be as violent as something like The Last of Us, you know? And The Last of Us 2 is an M-rated game, right? Yes, but, like, you want to see something that people think of when they think of violent video games now, Sock Smell? They think of The Last of Us. Dwarves with their intestines hanging out, running around, is just kind of silly. Even at its worst, it's still just kind of silly. You know? Restless after being able to rest and recuperate. Well, I mean, you committed multiple crimes. We're going to let you rest and recuperate. And then I'm going to send you to prison. And hopefully you're not going to die in the process. Also, I should put some tables in here. Rose gold tables. Yeah, we should do that. Just in case we need to do surgery. Very fancy tables. Why not? I mean, yeah, no, dwarf projectile vomiting in tavern is just comedy, right? Like, that's totally fine and acceptable. Dwarf falling off of really high thing and going splat is just dwarf falling off of really high thing and going splat, you know? Like, is it violence? Yes, but, like, compared to the majority of what you see in games these days, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. If anything, I would say, like, the sort of stuff that you see in RimWorld is significantly worse. Just because of, like, the descriptions of the acts that you were performing in something like RimWorld is significantly worse. It's like, yes, Dwarf Fortress lets you have children fall off of high ledges for sure, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad. Also, I don't know about you guys, but this looks kind of neat. Yeah, it is some Wile E. Coyote levels of violence too. You know, it's a lot of like someone gets grabbed by a nose and then thrown across the room and then like their arm broken. But like it's never as bad as it could be. All right, let's follow the captain of the guard. I've convicted you of your crime. You're going to chain him up. Okay, so he's going to prison. So this will either kill him or help. I have a feeling it's the latter. At least you're able to finish your meal, Clay. No, Steam hasn't required ratings ever. And Steam will also sell AO rated games. You can buy adults only rated games. Thanks, Hatred. On Steam. So it doesn't really matter. Also, itch.io doesn't care. You can sell porn games on itch.io. So no, I don't think there will be any issues with the violence in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, yes, there's violence in Dwarf Fortress, but it's... When you compare it to the other things that are for sale on games platforms, I don't see it as an issue. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be an issue for some people. Yes! Feels repentant after being confined. Hallelujah. Although this dwarf has been in prison once before, and I seem to recall it helping him the previous time. Let's see how this goes. Although you are trying to attend a meeting, which is bad. I was confined. I repent. How long are you in prison for? You did knock over a bunch of statues and beat somebody up, so... 28 days in prison. That's not too long in prison. 1 month? That's not too bad. I think Dwarf will be aight. Late winter. We're about to move over into spring. Anybody think anybody going to die of old age? God, I hope Eternal comes back. I like that dwarf, too. It's a good dwarf. Still traveling, supposedly. Just extended vacation over there, I guess. Maybe they're getting invaded. I doubt it. Also, here's the thing, Sock Smell, that can already happen. I reread what you said about entrails hanging out. Yes, and that can already happen. It's just right now it just looks like a couple tildes dragging behind them, so it's not as immediately obvious, but that can already happen. You can, if someone gets their stomach sliced in DF, their intestines can fall out, and they can drag behind them. And they can be put back in and not die. I've seen both of those things happen. I've seen dwarves get sliced up real bad. I've seen their intestines hang out, and I've seen them survive the surgery to get their intestines put back in. So things can happen in Dwarf Fortress like that. But again, yes, it's very cartoon violence. The annual tribute from Bastija Smack has arrived. The human civilization. Who doesn't trade with us, actually. Yeah, it's cartoon violence or graphic violence. I think Dwarf Fortress gets a lot darker when, like, dwarves can get so depressed they'll kill themselves. They will starve themselves to death or jump off of a high ledge and hurt themselves until they die. That's where things get dark. I don't think it's necessarily I don't think there's necessarily an issue with the violence against children per se. So nobody died. My population did go down. I don't think that that's going to be an issue necessarily. The tribute is being unloaded. 5 rat weed, 1 copper battle axe, 5 prepared horse eyeballs. Now, is that pairs of eyes or individual eyes? I guess somebody ate one of the eyes on the way. Every time you see someone else play this game, a new system is revealed to you. It was a couple of months before you realized that dwarves could be sent to jail. Yeah. And earlier on in your stream, but you never saw the screen where you just sent a messenger out. Have you seen this screen? This is one a lot of people have never seen. Man, camels are heavy. Eurist's 13th reason why 13th month in a row he only had raw plump helmets to eat. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is really dark if you think about it, but also so is Wile E. Coyote, right? You know, like, so is a lot of those old cartoons. A lot of those old cartoons are suggesting really disturbing things. If you think about it, like, just Bugs Bunny in general, the kind of violence that those things depict is really dark. Is it a bad thing that it's depicting that? I mean, like, that's a deeper discussion, I think, that we're not really ready to have. But this dwarf was proud while teaching stitches. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Like, that's the actual, like, dark thing, right? Tom and Jerry, also incredibly sadistic. Speaking of incredibly sadistic and Tom and Jerry, they're making a live-action Tom and Jerry. I wish they weren't. That's all I really had to say about that, is they're making a live-action Tom and Jerry, and I wish they weren't.
You suck.
Yeah, live-action Tom and Jerry, I agree. Also, they're making a sequel to the Sonic movie, which is going to be totally acceptable like the first one. So I still need to watch that, actually. I need to be the right level of high on a Friday evening, and I need to see it on a streaming service that I'm already paying for, and I will watch the Sonic movie. I haven't done it yet, though. How you doing, Alien Slayer? How you like your new toys? Hopefully it was the first iteration of Sonic with so damn cursed. Yes, but they fixed it, okay? New toys are great? Cool. I'm glad you like them so far. Because you got them for a whole year. That's a long fucking time. Stray cow tame has been found dead. Boo. Elfies that we need to speak with and trade with. Hold on a second. I need to make like a choir trade thing. I'm assuming that's like finished goods, right? That are tools. Never mind. Definitely in tools. So that's sheet. I already have a sheet stockpile. I don't have a choir stockpile, I don't think. It's like I check this one again. It's like it's got to just... I think it's just in tools. You know, here's the thing. I like Jim Carrey, and I feel like I would be really bothered or not bothered, but like not particularly entertained by most of that movie. But I know that Jim Carrey would entertain me because I like watching Jim Carrey be a weird dude, right? So I feel like I would be very entertained by Jim Carrey in that movie. The rest of that movie, I can live without, I think, probably. Man, I really need to just move all of those choirs, but maybe I need to like specify my material? I don't know. Let's just bind books on repeat for a little bit. Let's bind some books. Speaking of, how's Clay doing? Yay! Being in prison fixed Clay again. Although he just needs to get released from prison now. But yeah, no, I feel like everybody I know that watched the Sonic movie enjoyed it. Everybody that I know that went to see it. Although I am very happy with the last movie I saw in theaters not being the Sonic movie, because I feel like I was very, very, very close to just going to go see the Sonic movie right before the pandemic and stuff happened. So I very much could have just completely fucked up my final movie and seen that, but instead, the last movie I saw in theaters was Parasite, which I'm totally okay with. Totally fine with Parasite being the last movie I saw in theaters, because that movie was great. That movie was phenomenal, and I need to see it a third time. I've seen it twice. I want to see it a third time. Because I think that movie's on Netflix. It's either on Netflix or Amazon Prime. I can't remember which one, but I have both of those, and I need to rewatch that movie. Because that movie is very, 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 very good. You're not sure if it still is? Hulu's not available in Canada? I need to get a VPN to use Hulu. Last time I checked, anyway. At least for most of the... Like, I know there's some stuff on Hulu, but it's one of those, like... I don't really count it. Swoos has made a masterpiece in pursuit of animals. Curious. What are you... Are those book bindings? It looks like a barrel, but is that a book binding? Okay, so it is a book binding. Book bindings look like barrels in this tile set. Today I learned. I didn't actually know that. I thought they looked like bars. I guess that's just the quires. Needs thread. All right, well, I should trade with these elves. Let's say... Let's trade some iron ballista arrowheads to the elves. Does my mayor want anything? No crossbows. Export. Okay, can do. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to go pull some stuff out of the fridge for lunch. I'll be back in a mo. I'm not actually going to eat for another hour or so, but I'm just going to get some stuff out of the fridge so that my insulin's at room temperature. BRB, 2 seconds. Isn't Parasite with a Y the anime? Has improved? I don't think I've ever seen that notification. Swoos has improved foundations of interviews masterfully. Huh. Also unicorn hair thread? I got unicorn hair thread? No, I'm talking about Parasite with an I. Not the anime. It's not a live action adaptation either. No, they're not rewriting it. They're improving it with a masterwork, masterwork bookbinding. And the binding of the book is masterful. But no, I'm not talking about a live adaptation of the movie or of the anime Parasite. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the movie Parasite. And if I explain why it's called Parasite, it'll ruin the whole plot of the movie. And it's a movie that I really like, so I don't want to ruin the plot of the movie. But yeah, no, has improved it. Basically, means they bound it with a book. They bound the book, and the book binding is masterful, is what that means. Still waiting on that dwarf to come back. So, like, you take a well-written quire, which is just the pages of a book, and they put it in a very fancy book cover is what that means. But I'm out of collected threads, so I can't do that anymore. Although I could make pigtail thread. Probably. How's Clay doing a couple days after being out of prison? Are you okay? His foot is broken. His head bears a massive jagged scar. At what point do you get brain damage, Dwarf? This dwarf's been in and out of prison since they grew up. But yes, no, I would very much recommend watching the Korean movie Parasite with an I, not a Y. Even if you're not the sort of person to watch film, it's just a very, very unique movie that's incredibly difficult to talk about without immediately spoiling the whole point of the film. So I will just say that it follows a Korean family who's down on their luck, and it does a very good job discussing gentrification in Korea from kind of a amusing but also very dark perspective. It's a very interesting movie. And also an incredibly fucking dark movie. And I can't explain why it's interesting or why it's dark unless you see it. But it's a movie you should see. And it's a movie that's described as a off horror movie, but it's more of a thriller than a horror movie. Like, it's not something that will keep you from sleeping at night, but it's certainly something that will stick with you. I recommend it, basically. Like, there's a reason that movie won Oscars. There's a reason why that movie won awards. There's a reason why that movie was nominated for a bunch of shit. You're having trouble finding it in Sweden? Look up Korean dark comedy.
Hello, everyone.
Crastater with the 5th month. Thank you very much for a 5th month of subscription. Cheers. And thank you very much for helping keep this weird show funded. I'm gonna add some individual blocks that I have to this. Like cobaltite. I don't have any cobaltite here, so someone must have given it to me. Gabbro, I do have. Farm blend, I do have. Clay loam, I definitely don't. Malachite blocks, I definitely don't. But how you doing today, Kras? How's things? Hope things are well. Getting hooked on the game. It's pretty easy to want to just keep playing that game. Even like occasionally I'll have a run that upsets me. It's like I still want to just keep playing. I know how to beat Angel of Berserk on hard after yesterday, and that makes me very happy. So even though I haven't actually done it yet, I know I can get that done. It's another thing that I know that I can complete. Although for some reason it doesn't have an achievement associated with it, which makes me kind of sad. Played melee on a technician run, ended up praying to the dark gods for health and stealing a sword. So did you get the health, and did you get said sword? Did you steal the sword from a certain melee-only area? That's considered a secret boss? Good shit. Did you win the game? You're totally welcome to post your post-mortems on my Discord if you want, in the roguelikes room. I like seeing those, like, final endgame screenshots. Those are always cool to me. I really like seeing the ends of people's runs. Vim ML, 157 years old. All right, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm going to... That's a screen I've literally never seen before. Also, I don't think it's listed anywhere. Just got a text message. It's from me mom. My mom just asked, I don't even know why this is even a question. My mom's just like, would you like a dozen farm fresh eggs? They might be fertilized. Yes, I think is the only natural answer to that. It's like, sure, it just means you need to crack them and check first. Absolutely, I would like a dozen farm fresh eggs. They may or may not be edible, but yes, I would like a dozen farm fresh eggs, of course. Absolutely. Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Starting to get worried that Eternal ain't coming back. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assign another messenger. Mom, please stop texting me while I'm streaming. She just said K. Any volunteers who want their dwarf to go out to be the messenger? It's an important job. Oh shit! Demonoid has spent enough time that they've just become a doctor. Has spent enough time just hanging out with the doctors that they've become a doctor. That's neat. We could send Clay. Because Clay needs a new job. All right, Clay. Sure. I mean, you don't have to, but it's one of those just like in future. I like seeing those because it's kind of cool. Seeing those post-mortem files. All right, chat. Can I get a round of good lucks for this dwarf? I hope they come back because we need more dwarves. That's important. Hope you come back, dwarf. I'd be very sad if you didn't. Read interpretations of interviews. Oh no, Abe Xendi's depressed. You doing okay there? What do you need? Frustrated after being able to practice martial art. All right, what squad are you in? Are you not in a squad? No. Yeah, you are in the main squad. Let's get the main squad training for a little bit. Thanks, cutest. Thank you much. Ah, holy shit. Well, you see all those dwarves listed as new arrival. They came back. Did Eternal come back? I don't see Eternal, but it worked that time. So, if anybody is not currently named in this fort and would like to be in this fort, there's all of a sudden a ton of dwarves that have been added to this fort. Clay did a very good job convincing a bunch of dwarves to come back or to come over to our fort. Anton Iceland has become a spearmaster. But yeah, so if anybody would like a dwarf in this fort, if you've had a dwarf previously, or if you don't currently have a dwarf, the current named dwarves are Apostle Sparkly, Chimp, Danny, the Squoid, Peter, Nervicius, Vinsati, Belug, Taurus, Vuzel, Demonoid, Gimper, Cade, Smash T, Simplex, Dreadvik, Bastet, Hazard Jeff, Demonoid, or Diamond Destruct, Zane, Vim, Pablo, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Swoosh, Cheers Jamie, Anton Iceland, Trace, Rags Wolf, Axon the Second, Suey, Clay, Abe, Orison Frakes, Dark Skynet, and Tiny Goliath, but we now just got a whole bunch of these. Ghost, you do not currently have a dwarf, but so it would be Cutest Ghost the Third, I think. You are 129 years old, born on the 1st of Limestone in the year 48. Middle-aged for a dwarf. You are married to Led Risentown, and you're a worshiper of the god of death, I think? Yeah, the god of disease and death of the ignited creation. Very cozy god. Her hair is arranged in double braids, and her nose bridge is incredibly concave. You would like one, cutest? Alrighty. And your nose bridge is incredibly concave. Also, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, no, very, very recent. You like Orpian bronze and pink garnet, macadamia wood and pigtail fabric, and the color silver, battle axes and earrings and donkeys for their stubbornness. The black-tip reef sharks for their curiosity. Well, that's interesting. So if we ever had a tame black-tip reef shark, is it possible to tame sharks? Like, could I tame a whale? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cutest Ghost the Third, so. Cutest, the third ghost. We'll just say Cutest the Third or something. She personally values tranquility and a peaceful day. and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of raising a family, is gripped by crippling shyness and very rarely moved by curiosity, likes to take it easy and doesn't seek out excitement. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, rarely feels discouraged, and is assertive and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, occasionally overindulges, and is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture. And we need to give you labors because you are a brand new immigrant, so we are going to give you hauling and other jobs. I'm going to give you siege operating, and for this, because you like pigtail cloth, we're going to give you weaving and clothes making. Because you like pigtail cloth, I'm also going to go into the farming category and give you, I think it's spinning, shearing, and plant gathering and plant processing. Those are all tasks that need doing, and because you're a dwarf, I'm going to give you the basic medical stuff, and that's about it. The next one, Lumil. Well, we'll just go third. Cutest 3. She feels pleasure near a very fine statue, but vengeful when joining in an existing conflict. Dwarf fashion designer. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Bagero Pro, you'd like a dwarf? We can definitely dwarf you. I might leave a few of them unnamed, so if there isn't anybody, if there's some people who maybe don't immediately want a dwarf, I'm going to leave them unnamed just so that we don't have to, worry too much about someone randomly being like, hey, could I get a dwarf? But yeah, Tele, you can also get one. That'll be Tele the second, I think, because I know you did have another dwarf, Tele, so I think that's the second. 144 years old, born on the 28th of Galena. Her eyebrows are incredibly high. Her nose bridge is incredibly concave, and she has an angular chin. Her slightly flattened ears are broad, and her short hair is very neatly combed. So the problem here is Eternal still hasn't come back. So hopefully Eternal shows up at some point. She likes Periclus, Periclase, gold, and red flash opal. I've never seen red flash opals here, so that's unfortunate. Teawood, which we do have, and the color ecru. Large serrated discs, that's oddly specific, and guinea fowls for their social nature. All right, well, before I forget, because you like large serrated discs, I will give you weaponsmithing. You like... wait, which things did you like? You like gold and red flesh opal, so I'll also give you metal smithing and gem cutting because you like opals. Metal crafting and blacksmithing. And I think it's almost lunchtime. I just got kind of hungry. You don't like short hair? Not a fan? She has an angular chin and her short hair is neatly combed. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set and her hair is white mixed with gray. Her skin is sandy taupe. You have like that, I'm suddenly just imagining this dwarf looking kind of like, oh fuck, why am I blanking on her name? I really need to get food. You're like Ellen DeGeneres. That's her name. You're like Ellen DeGeneres, but with whiter hair. She dreams of creating a great work of art and generally finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is not readily moved by art and natural beauty. Is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. Is stubborn and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes a little excitement now and again and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Does not often feel lustful and tries to do things correctly each time. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something. She takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, I'm let you follow this dwarf. I'm gonna go get me food. So chat, if you happen to have beer emotes, now's a good time to post those in the chat. If you also happen to have some sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain people. I will give you a dwarf the second when I get back. Same with you, Real Pro. I'm just, I need food. I'm hungry. So I'll be back in a sec. Give me 5 minutes. Hold on a second. Where the fuck are they getting these clothings from? That usually means someone died off the map.
Nuclear vessels.
I don't see anybody dead, though. Weird. Keep an eye open to see if you see anybody die, chat. If someone is dead when I get back, let me know, yeah. BRB. What did the owls do? Are they interrupting people? Because that's not too out of the ordinary for them. That's nothing new, if that's the case. Also, hello, Jack Nurick. How are you? I'm just real quick writing some stuff down on my phone, stating how much insulin I gave myself and whatnot. Also, apparently I forgot to write down breakfast. Whoops. Okay, it's fine. Nothing too weird. Still wondering whatever happened to Eternal. Anyway, so Taylor wanted a dwarf and Vagra wanted a dwarf. Wagario. Bro. He feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. You're here with your wife, Zanny. So Zanny66 is your wife. I would just like to make you aware of that. You worship the deity Ashen, who's the deity of the United Creation, who's the god of Earth. We have 2 temples to that god here. Quite popular. You're 136 years old, born on the 26th of Moonstone in the year 41. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his hair is clean-shaven. His cobalt eyes have large irises, and his nose bridge is concave. His somewhat short, small-lobed ears are broad, and his hair is gray with some white. His skin is sandy taupe. He personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Does not care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Has a strong sense of duty and is impolite. He is inconsiderate of property, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be of value in the abstract. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, specifically. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He has an active imagination and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. You can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you like iron, gray chalcedony, water buffalo, and naff fabric, and the color carmine, short swords and large gems, and the words of the fuchsia velvet. All right, so you need all of the metalsmithing. And for crafting, we will give you glazing, pottery, clothes making, and glass, and bone carving, and stone crafting. Sure, why not? Hauling, other jobs, and the generic patient stuff. The next dwarf that we are naming... You don't fall in love, but you're married? It was probably a marriage of convenience and not a marriage of love. I mean, that's a thing, you know? Like, we need to share a bed, and our families need to get together, and we need to make more dwarves. I hate you. Let's get married. That happens. That's quite a common thing throughout history. And Tele be the second. He feels wondering after communing with the Spear of Incineration. Excuse me? The Spear of Incineration is a deity of the ignited creation. The spear takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor-worn fortresses. I've probably read that before, but I don't remember reading that. Your wife is cutest ghost. Yeah, Navy marriage. There you go. Tele B the second is married to Cutest, and is 138 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 39. He has a broad body and with almost no fat on it. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. You must have come here before, because even though you were a new merchant for this fortress, you got caught in the rain in the year 99. So I'll bet you that this dwarf came here to trade in the year 99, or did something here, because you have a previous thought. He personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity due to being caught in the rain in year 99. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of creating a great work of art. Is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings and is very comfortable around those that are different from himself. Cracks easily under pressure after being caught in the rain in the year 99 and is grateful when others help him out. Tries to return favors and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Is not particularly ambitious and doesn't has little interest in joking around. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. I mean, just because you're always in love with somebody doesn't mean it's not necessarily a happy marriage. Doesn't care about craftsmanship? Not too uncommon. Plenty of dwarves don't care about craftsmanship. Very nice hat on a hat. It's a hat with a hat on it. Yeah. It's a good hat. With glowy red eyes, too. He scratches his nose when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's a hat. It is a hat that hath been hatted. You like rhyolite gold, pink garnet, jute paper, maces, and shirts, and scepters, and cows for their hunting moves. All right. Well, you like scepters. We'll give you stone detailing. We'll give you, well, actually, you like cows for their hunting moves. So I think I'll give you animal care. Just because that's something that needs to be done here. The standard surgery things. We'll also give you diagnosis because you like helping others. We'll give you wood burning, potash making, and brewing. Why not? We'll give you something a little different. You also like iron, so I'll give you furnace operating, metal crafting, and blacksmithing. You also like maces, but I'm not going to give you that one in specific. Oh, also stone crafting, because you like scepters. Meditate on war. Is there anybody else that would like to be dwarfed up or would like to be redwarfed? Because I still have a few unnamed merchants, even though we lost a dwarf while acquiring them. I like this. I have improved my observation, and that was satisfying. Pilot would like a dwarf? That's Pilot the third or Pilot the fourth? Or maybe it's just Pilot 2, because you also had Guy, who was a separate dwarf, so. So this would be Pilot the third and not Guy the second. Pilot 4? That's IV, right? I'm terrible with Roman numerals. Yeah, we can get you dwarfed up, Cadenza, after this one. Within the last season, didn't feel anything due to inebriation and felt pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. 152 years old, born on the 19th of Felsite in the year 25. We'll just give you 4 to keep it simple. Likes Pilot Abinsmang likes native gold, nickel silver, black diamond, very expensive tastes, orange wood, green devourer, leather, rabbits for their ears, and the words of the number of glistening. And when possible, prefers to consume mango wine and horse's milk. You are a very fucking picky dwarf. Holy shit. She personally sees competition as reasonably important, sees war as a useful means to an end, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of raising a family. Doesn't generally think before acting, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she can handle stress. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. That dwarf's gonna be tricky to manage. Just because you can't join the military. But it's okay. I'll figure out something to do with you. We'll figure out something to do with you. A starving and desolate dwarf's sock. Cadenza. She feels pleasure remembering putting on an exceptional item. I could do without all of those creatures in tangled greenery. Good thing most of them are dead here. You worship the embraced roses, who I believe is the god of lust? Yes. Ingush, the embraced roses, is a deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lust. The god of lust. She is 137 years old, born on the 21st of Obsidian in the year 40. She has a broad body with almost no fat, and her close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises, and her ears are somewhat broad. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her hair is gray mixed with white. Her skin is sandy taupe. She likes basalt, gold, brown jasper, capybara leather, and the color pink, boxes and bags and toy boats, and bushmaster men for their deadly bite. She personally values eloquence and doesn't care about art one way or another. And personally, doesn't see cooperation as valuable. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. And she has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is confident under pressure and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She is slow to anger, and she often feels lustful. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tries to keep things orderly, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And she has a greedy streak, and she finds herself quite hopeful about the future. And I will give you a select group of jobs. Once again, you kind of just have like the same likes as everybody else here, so. I'm not gonna give you farming fields because you like being around bags. So, that'll get you around bags. So sock smell is next. Are you sock smell or sock smell? I'm assuming it's sock smell, but. I have been rained on, and that is very annoying. Fitting. 146 years old, born on the 25th of Obsidian in the year 31. You are married to Cadenza, by the way. His dry hair is incredibly straight. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His short hair is neatly combed. His eyebrows are incredibly high. His close-set, narrow cobalt eyes have very large irises. His slightly flattened ears are extremely narrow. His eyelashes are quite long. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is white with some gray. And his skin is sandy taupe. You tell people it's Socks Mel. So it's like, I tell people that my name is Mel. I figured I should ask. I'm assuming it's Socks Smell because that's like the logical thing, but I think Socks Mel would be kind of funny. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Tends to think before acting and often feels lustful. Rarely feels discouraged and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is an active imagination, and he tends to be a little stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You worship the god of jewels and wealth. I feel like all of these dwarves really like metalsmithing. But there we go. There's a couple more dwarves. I don't think I've missed anybody. If I missed you and you wanted a dwarf, give me a shout. But we still got a few extra dwarves in case somebody else asks for a name. Just a few extra dwarves. But now it's just kind of a matter of keeping an eye on Clay specifically. And also this dwarf. Oh, okay, this dwarf already sorted himself out. Perfect. Cool. How about Clay? How are we doing? Also good, even though your toe's still broken. All right, I think we should probably start working on the tower once again. Because I haven't even shown this off today. Also, because I believe, yes, we are in spring, which means we're in the good season to do this. Considering I think I'm going to be putting flooring onto this pretty soon. That's going to take a long time. I'm going to have to do it like one bit at a time. Where did my diorite go? There it is. Let's cancel that. Would I buy a graphical version of this game? What kind of question is that? I mean, I'm playing it and I already give the developers money. Why wouldn't I buy another thing they make? I guess the question for you is why wouldn't I? It's weird to me that people seem to think that that question needs to be asked in the first place. But I get it often enough that people clearly do. This game does have graphics. I mean, I would buy this version of the game without graphics. What is that building? This is my sky tower. How you doing, Baileys? Those things. I've probably spent more money on Dwarf Fortress than most AAA games I've played. Just because I give them $10 a month on Patreon. So every month they're siphoning a little bit of money. So 6 months, 7 months, I've spent more money on this game than a full price release. Alrighty, pilot. Do what you gotta do. Anything fun? That you gotta make the run to the office for? Be safe, man. But yeah, no, this building is this. It's a sky tower, basically. And it's gonna be where we spend celebrations. So it's going to be an extremely high value tavern, basically. And it might actually replace the old one. It's basically just a very fancy building that I am building for year 100. Or 200. Because we're on year 177. We're getting kind of close to year 200. Also, thanks for lurks, Dredge. And good evening to you, by the way, Baileys. But over here, it's 1 p.m. It's like midday. Just 4 hours into this stream. It's just normal diorite. I need diorite blocks. Oh, there we go. With a specific goal in mind? If you haven't picked up on what the goal of this fortress is it's to keep it alive for 1,000 years. But generally, yeah. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game about making your own fun, right? So I will go in with a kind of a theme or an idea of something I want to try. Or something I've done before and want to do again. For Road Warden. No idea what that is. No idea what Road Warden is. But then again, there's so many video games that I just don't care about. If I paid attention to what every game was, I never would actually play anything. So you could probably get away with just playing demos forever. An illustrated text-based RPG. Huh. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar. But there's also plenty of games that I'm not familiar with. Although, I don't know about you guys, but I've started to get kind of wary of demos on Steam. It's like, recently we've gotten like this influx of like demos being popular again between like those free prologues, air quotes, and, which I think is a terrible term for demo, but between people sticking free prologues up on Steam and, the demos kind of coming back, I've started to get kind of wary because I've played enough demos that are very much not representative of the actual game itself and more like a vertical slice per se. I'm almost as wary about demos these days as I used to be about like E3 presentations. I don't know if any of you guys have had that problem or that feeling, but it's certainly something that makes me wary these days. And there's definitely been games where like, oh, a lot of excitement builds up around the demo, and then the actual game comes out, and people are like, nah. I think that's happened a couple times now. Or pretty representative. Yeah, fair. Maybe it's more the prologues. It's more the free prologues that I'm iffy about than actual demos, now that I think about it. Like, generally, demos on Steam are pretty good, but, like, I've played a couple free prologues that are, like, a different store page and everything that are not representative. I guess because technically it's a different product, you could probably get away with that, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you could probably get away with making something that isn't representative of the thing that you're actually selling in the slightest and just call it a prologue and say, oh, it's a different product. It's like, oh, it's just a slice of what this thing could be, not what it actually is. I'll bet you that's how they'd get around that. Anyway, yeah, no, the free prologue stuff is something that spooks me a little bit on Steam. Especially because, like, it clogs up the new release lists. Like, sure, it's great marketing, but it certainly clogs up the new release lists. And games that are trying to sell copies are getting pushed down in the new release lists because people are just putting out free prologues for everything. I think that shit kind of sucks, and I wish people would stop fucking doing that. I wish Steam would stop that stuff. Oh, that's good, Stone. Yeah, when you didn't tune in today, I was just kind of hoping that you were sleeping. That's good to hear, though. I'm glad that you've gotten some sleep. I mean, early access games can't get on the release list, though. Or rather, if I go to Steam, this release list, none of these are early access games. They can't be early access games. Like, this was in early access, but it just released out of early access, so it gets put on this list. The upcoming list can have early access games in it, but this list cannot. So. Did they send a... No, they didn't. Still no? Treasurers. Bizarre. But honestly, like, the free prologue stuff very much just straight up, hey, Zach, you returned. Never mind. I was literally just like, man, they didn't return again. But here they are. Look at that. I wonder if we'll get some new news. I'm very happy that they returned. It's been a couple of years since we've seen Zaki. I was worried Zaki was dead. Yeah, same. But I've had instances where the finished game is not. Yeah, Zaki returns. It's gonna be fun when these bins start degrading. But yeah, Zaki's returned. Sometimes you just gotta hear that sound of bacon sizzling. Cheers, Lump. Thank you much. Cheers, Jamie's been reelected. Now, where did Zaki go? Okay, so you're still around. Trying to attend a meeting. I said cool new news. Because we haven't had the Royal Treasure in a while, our maps haven't been updated for the human lands in a while. So, yes, you need to get your ears checked. Because I would totally be talking about getting cool new nudes from my dwarves in Dwarf. That's definitely something I would be talking about, Diamond. Definitely something I would be talking about. But yeah, no, I don't think that demos should get priority over newly released games because studios' livelihoods are made or broken by how well their games sell. And if everything is like, oh, well, you don't get the option for your game to sell because... I'm just going to sell a bunch of blocks. Just gonna get rid of all of, well, maybe not the bar/block bins. But I am going to sell a bunch of bar/blocks. Let's just do that. We'll sell some of them. I mean, I think that we should all just change the subject because I think it's irrelevant and annoying. Stone. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? No new news. Sad face. It's a pointless, immature, and silly discussion. But it means I get these screens again, which is fun. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Well, clearly you didn't the first time. The world is the same as ever. Yeah, world is still the same as ever. Although they only really give me information when, like, somebody's dead, basically. It's like the only time that new information really comes out about them. So how are you feeling today, Stone? I hope you're feeling better. I mean, this world isn't the most exciting, but I'm kind of okay with that. I don't know. I wonder how many, like, big beasts there are in this world, because there's got to be a couple lurking somewhere. Vlak, thanks for the raid. What are we playing? Cheers, man. Jack, gotta get a big round of beers for the raiders. We need at least 10. How was the stream today, man? Hope things was good. You guess you needed it? Yeah, sometimes body needs to recover, you know? Sometimes body needs to recover. Too bad you lost the best of 3. Oh, well. I mean, it is what it is. Can't win them all, right? You can't win them all. Anton Iceland has bestowed the name Zereth Toral upon a bronze spear. I'm getting rid of these bins because they're all starting to get old and break. Probably a lot of bars and blocks along with them. When you drew him, he had some gray. His hair is extremely long. He has a clear voice. His brass eyes are... His hair is gray with some white. It's gray with some white. Is that what it was previously? I realize I'm selling a lot of bars and stuff, but I got too much of it, so it's fine. Man, this dwarf is strong. It's like no slowdown on that. Kind of wish I could set them to bring stuff to the trade depots using wheelbarrows. That would be real nice if we could do that. You definitely should be getting some water, or not water, definitely should be getting some alcohol, Dwarf. Not continuing to construct things. Used to be tan going gray. Gotcha. Meaning you getting old. Continuing to get old. I wonder how old Zaki is. It's kind of fun trying to discern how old a character in Dwarf Fortress is based on their appearance. There we go. Keep trading all that stuff away. Cancels return kill. Man, there's so much vomit on the ground. It's from all those children that just grew up. Wonder if it's possible for merchants to show up and just immediately be cave adapted. I do wonder. Just removing everything that I've got set to trade. So to take all of this stuff back. Or at least all of the bins. It's mostly mudstone that I'm trying to trade. Which means you can die at any time. You mean any spring, any year. Not quite literally any time. That's just me being annoyingly specific, though, Stone. It's just that, oh, so we can die on the 1st of spring at any point, basically. Not actually any time, per se. All right, what time of year are we into? Midsummer? I think we should do nothing for a little bit. Also, the humans have embarked on their journey, meaning we need to put stuff away now. Means they should... Oh, they will be leaving soon. Oh, the other one left. Okay. Well, they're about to start getting rid of stuff, so hopefully I can get rid of some more of these mudstone blocks before then. I've just been hoarding too many blocks. I need to get rid of them. It doesn't matter. It's the thing that I have the most of. It's like if anything ever dispersed all of the blocks that I have. Boy. That shit would be wild. Make that trade. They're about to leave. But I got a bunch more space to store stuff now, which is nice. Twitch feels a little laggy today. How we doing today, chat? Like, I just tried to open my own stream up to, like, open up the Twitch directory because I just realized I didn't have the Dwarf Fortress directory open. Because I like to know who else is streaming DF. And it took way too long to load. Hopefully it's not another one of those days where Twitch decides to just not work properly. Hopefully not. Because those days suck. I'm not a fan. It's better than normal for you? Really? Because that was not a normal load time for me. Normally Twitch is pretty snappy and loads pretty quickly, but... Although I'll say this. You know, we complain about Twitch having problems and not being the greatest website, eh? Well, you want to see a really shitty website? Or rather, I mean, this is an alpha, but Twitch's newest competitor. That's a jank website. Which apparently is born out of the husk that is Mixer. No one did. I mean, I only learned that it existed yesterday. But it's like... You think Twitch is poorly optimized and looks awful. Look at that. Admittedly, it is an alpha, but like... Good lord. That thing is rough. Works faster than Twitch on your machine? I have like extreme load times on that site. Also, there's like this weird pop-in where like everything will load and then after about 15 to 20 seconds, the actual streams will load in and I can then see the previews. Like it takes a really long time to get thumbnails up. It's just got a lot of weird optimization issues. It's like one of those like, you think Twitch is jank? That's jank. Twitch might load slower, but at least Twitch feels less janky than that. Although nothing is as janky as Vapors TV. But Vapors TV loads really fast because nobody streams on Vapors. So, although I think they actually shut Vapors TV down, finally. Vapors TV was supposed to be a just chatting style streaming platform exclusively for people vaping. That somehow thought they had a niche market. They thought that they could capture a part of the market there. Little did they know they were very, very wrong. Oh, true. That's possible. Yeah. It's fast for you, but it looks awful. See, for me, it's slow and it looks awful. Maybe just their North America servers suck. A real dumb idea? I mean, there's a lot of real dumb ideas in the streaming space. That's why the streaming space is so entertaining. It's Dwarf's whiny again. You get whiny when you're not working out. Well, let's get you working out again. Like, you know what's also an awful idea is naming a site Glimish. Someone should really see if they could buy the rights to the name Beam, because Beam was such a good name. Beam was the original name for Mixer. It was called Beam.me, which was such a good name. Like, that's actually, like, a good marketable name. Glimish? I don't know. Mixer? Mixer is an awful name. Mr. Bean? No, it was Beam.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Beam.me. That was the original website, but... But it's been gone for a long time. R.I.P. R.I.P. Beam. I will miss you. Not because I ever wanted to stream on your site, but because you had a good name. I remember when Mixer first launched and we were all like, excuse me? What the fuck's that? That's not a real thing. Don't be silly. Exactly. Beam me up, Scotty. As a Star Trek fan, I liked the words, the name Beam.me. Although there's also Caffeine. Caffeine is another streaming platform. Caffeine's a thing that exists. I'm not sure how you market that either, but I guess I could see that being easier to market than Glimish. Which is just unapologetically an awful name. Glee Mesh? I don't know. It's like, it took me a minute to figure out how to spell Glimish, too, when I first heard the name of it. Wait, what's an addictive substance, Stone? Glimish is a addictive substance, question mark? I don't know what Glee Mash is, if that's a thing. What, Mixer? Lagario? I mean, Mixer was owned by Microsoft, so it had the possibility. Oh, caffeine. I mean, I wouldn't quite call caffeine an addictive substance, but sure. Yeah, you're not technically incorrect. It's possible, Ascension. I don't know. I read it and I'm just like, that means nothing. Glimish. I mean, I know what Glee is, but when I think Glee, I think of the TV show Glee. But anyway. I don't know. I think it's a terrible name. But anyway, was Mixer ever a real competitor to Twitch? No, not really. I mean, there was a brief period of time there where I felt like everybody I knew was switching to Mixer, and I feel like they all systematically came back within 6 months. And even the people who, like, switched and stayed also came back after not too long. So it's one of those kind of weird things where it's like, was it a competitor? No, but it kind of felt like one for a little bit there. I think it's just really difficult to market streaming services right now because currently Twitch kind of has the YouTube problem where Twitch is just so big, you kind of can't compete with it. And because people are so deep in the sunk cost fallacy of Twitch that whenever somebody leaves Twitch, they just find somebody else on Twitch instead of following them to a new platform, which is kind of terrifying in a way. But I mean, I know a few people who did blow up. I remember having this discussion with a streamer named Rocket Bear, who was pretty big on Mixer. Like a couple hundred people would watch him. Like, was definitely making a full-time living on it and was doing quite well for himself. Definitely probably doing better than me. Played a lot of Fortnite and that sort of shit. But I remember I was talking with him at PAX, and I remember him saying that on Twitch he would get like 10, 15 people, but on Mixer he could get like hundreds because he just got in at the right time and blew up at the right time and was able to be friends with the right people. And it's like, well, and I remember him trying to convince me to move over. He's like, well, no, we need more niche PC people. I'm like, yeah, no one's going to fucking go looking on Mixer for the stuff I play. Like, that's never going to work. Enjoy the lurks, Redbeard. Cheers, man. As per usual. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that... I think that people who moved over definitely did, like, the bet on being first thing. But the biggest problem that Mixer had was it was so heavily marketed towards Xbox. Anything that could be considered, like, niche PC gaming, there just wasn't an audience for it. So, like, Mixer was great if you played Fortnite. Because it was like, Fortnite, but there's less competition. Because... over here on Twitch, if you try and stream Fortnite, you have to compete against the other 20,000 channels all streaming Fortnite, right? But if you went to Mixer, you'd have like maybe 30 or 40, which is totally doable. Like you can compete with that. You can't compete with 20,000, right? So the people who all say that Twitch is oversaturated and the people who all say that Twitch is like overcrowded and discoverability is bad on Twitch are all playing the big popular games, which is true. It's totally fucking true that if you're trying to like play Fortnite on Twitch, you're going to run into issues with there not being enough space on Twitch because, yes, those areas are very busy and messy. But if you play niche games or indie games or smaller games or kind of niche variety, then you'll do okay because Twitch is big enough that it comes up in Google and it's also varied enough that you can find a niche within it, which is what I did. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. You didn't realize your weapon was stuck in an unconscious necromancer. You accidentally finished him off with a book. Are you playing adventure mode? Clearly your weapon was firmly lodged in the wound. Satisfied after learning about wrestling. All right, well, you're improving again. I'm going to wait until most of these dwarves are done putting stuff away. I've also got a lot of dwarves running around cleaning up vomit. Just going to let them finish that up, too. And I can't wait until I can sell all of these scepters. Although, shoutouts to these dwarves, they get the vomit cleaned up really quickly. Curious, how's Ragswolf doing? Feels pleasure remembering a sparring session. Didn't feel anything after being away from decent meals. What do you like eating? Single grain wheat beer and oat flour. Ugh. I'm never going to get oat flour, but I can make some flour. Let's mill some plants on repeat. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't envy him having to edit adventure mode. Making adventure mode watchable is so difficult. It's so fucking difficult. I'm so excited to see the differences between Adventure Mode and Steam Adventure Mode. Very curious to see what kind of improvements get made to it. Okay, what are you milling? Hide root. I'm gonna make hide root flour? Clearly I need more millers. Hey, Demonoid, you want a job? Question, what do you mean by switch over to Steam DF? Do you mean like launch the game through Steam? Yes. Do you mean use their tile set? Maybe. I don't know. I need to use it. But I will probably play exclusively through Steam. I don't see any reason to run separate installs. I mean, I'll probably have multiple installs of the game to test stuff, but I'll probably have all my main saves in the Steam version. Yeah, I'll probably still have a few extra ones in Classic. What I would love to see is I would love to see this tile set adapted for the Steam version, though. Even if it doesn't have all of the layers, like, I want to know how modular the Steam tile sets will be. But yeah, no, I will. I mean, I would be an absolute moron to not use the Steam version, at least for a couple of months. Because this is my livelihood. So that's like asking me, would you skip out on an opportunity to potentially get a lot of views and growth on your work? Well, duh, I wouldn't. Which is why, to me, it's kind of just a silly question with a no-brainer answer, but it's a fair question. Tribute is being unloaded. Stone, did you want me to screenshot these, or are you able to grab them? Because I've got some up on the Discord already. You got it? Okay. The year 77? Yeah, rip investment. Although I actually won once. For once. But yeah, no. At the very least, for like 6 months, I'll be using it. I will probably eventually switch to some other custom tile set, but initially, at the very least, I will certainly be playing the Steam version whenever it releases. Hopefully before it releases, even. Like, I am crossing my fingers and hoping that somehow I manage to get the game. Like, this is kind of my goal / plan for the launch of the Steam version. And this is gonna maybe sound kind of weird, but my goals / plans for the launch of the Steam version is hopefully I get the game a little bit early, and hopefully I can have Tarn on the stream once I have the game early to kind of talk to him about every piece of the UI that I can ask about. That's kind of my goal. Oh, I gotcha, Stone. Sorry about making you wake up to paperwork, but... I'd love to see somebody adapt a version of the vanilla tile set to the Steam version with all of the varying sprites, but still like in a style that looks like curses. I would love to see that. Yeah, but it was a choice that you made that I don't think you quite realized the size of, you know? Have we hit 100 tributes yet? That's something that I've been wondering. How many tributes are we on? I'm assuming you got it. Also, shout out to the 20 hemp seeds. Ages ago? Oh, really? Wow. I'm going to plant those hemp seeds. I'm gonna plant strawberry, hemp, and let's say grapes. I wonder how much random April Foolish shit's gonna go out this year. "109 Council of Men tributes, 116 alchemical tributes, and 87 soaring tributes." God damn. It's gonna be close to 1,000 by the time this fort's done. You know, there's times when I feel like I'm like, man, we're making really good progress in this fort, and then there's times where I feel like, man, we haven't even fucking started. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely days where I'm just like, this fortress it's coming along so well. Like, look at it. And then there's times when I'm like, oh god, we haven't even fucking started. We're still at the very beginning of this shit. But then there's going to be the question of what are we going to do after Longdeath? Like, when I'm done with Longdeath, I'm not going to know what to do in Dwarf Fortress for a while. I'll probably just do odd forts for a bit and do some weird world gens, or maybe, I don't know. I'll figure something out, but... Although one benefit to the Steam version of DF not coming out for like another 2 years is I could actually finish this fortress before it comes out. That would be kind of a benefit. After long death, death long? Short death. We try and speedrun deaths. I just get good at speedrunning fun percent. Probably themed fortresses or something. I don't know. I mean, I'll probably... Actually, I think the thing that I've teased is I want to try and defeat hell after long death. So do like a volcano embark and then just make the strongest possible military power and then try and fight off the demons of hell. That's probably my next goal after this. That's probably the next goal, is defeat hell. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Just gonna sell all of these vests. Also the water skins and the quivers. I don't need many quivers, so I will just get rid of all the quivers that I don't need and make some new ones. But yeah, that's probably what we'll do next. We'll probably try and just defeat Hell. I know I've like stated that I want to do a sequel to Longdeath at some point. Basically redo Longdeath. After I'm, you know, on the Steam version at some point. But I'll do that in a while. Like a while afterwards. Generally Hellspawn evaporate. But it depends on what they're made out of. But dwarves get traumatized after seeing violence, right? It doesn't matter what the violence is. Also, if there's Hellspawn, they're much more likely to see corpses of other dead dwarves, which probably traumatize them more. But yeah, Hellspawn are just like any other creature. You don't like seeing mutilated fleshy masses, that's not pleasant. The forgotten beast Tostra has come, a huge crocodile with lidless eyes. It has a pair of knobby antennae, and it squirms and fidgets. Its clear scales are round and close set. Beware its deadly blood. It's this thing over here. Something I want to check, though. Okay, so the outpost liaison did arrive. Wondering if it's going to go fight with the other forgotten beast I have down here. New military uniform. Definitely new military uniform. I mean, I was training my leather workers, so I just told them to make 300 leather vests a couple weeks ago. My name is Fikod. You're the liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just some wood. We finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Although, to be fair, I'll bet you importing tons of masks, Banana Unlimited, is much more helpful than, like, 18,000 figurines, which is definitely something I've imported to them or sent out to them before. Definitely something I've done. Those are just blank choirs. Yeah, we can sell those too. COVID-19 jokes won't be acceptable here for a very long time. I won't ever find them funny, so if you're trying to make me laugh, it's not gonna work. I know for many people, humor is a coping mechanism. I just find it degrading. That sucks. Stay healthy. Just remember, like, if I catch it, I get to go spend 2 weeks in hospital. So I'd rather not do that. It's maximize exports, minimize imports, and minimize internal construction if possible. It only took 5 hours. I feel like you've been fixing servers for the past week and a half. Like every single time I talk to you, you're like, I'm fixing a server. Turns out server maintenance, it's an actual job. But yeah, I hope you get well soon, Banana, and have as few side effects as possible. I'm so done. I'm so done with life in the current year. There's a major release update on critical servers. The following weeks are always bumpy. Gotcha. Get rid of shit to reduce lag. Why having less things in your fortress reduces lag? So whatever you can do to remove stuff from your fortress, Aqua, will reduce lag. Can you get rid of items? Get rid of them. Can you smash items? Smash them. Can you trade them away? Trade them away. Anything to get rid of stuff, because dwarves want to produce stuff. That's what makes them happy. So getting rid of stuff directly fixes frame rates in many cases. See, children don't hurt your frame rate. They don't, Banana. Children often just go hang out in a room by themselves and play make-believe. And then in, like, 10 years, they're very helpful to useful dwarves. Like this one. That's not hurting my frame rate in the slightest. Unless I lock the door, that'll hurt my frame rate. Children are actually significantly better for frame rate than regular dwarves. Remove most of the bugs and usage. Oh, that's good. I don't know what any of that really means, but that's good. Or it sounds good, anyway. I mean, if you're locking them somewhere, yeah. That'll fuck your frames up. Okay, so let me just full screen for a second. If you lock anything in a room by themselves without putting them into a burrow first, they will try and path out of the room that they're in. That will break your frame rate, and that is 100% the fault of the player and not the fault of the game. So if you try and lock a pet in a room and they're not locked to either a zone or a burrow, they will try and get out, and that will hurt your frame rate. It's exactly the same as something getting stuck in a tree, which we all like to make fun of. So I can't tell if you're just fucking around and trying to make funny jokes, but you're not funny. But if you're genuinely asking questions, yes, that will wreck your frame rate, and that's your own fault. And yes, they need to be free, because if you don't let them out, they can't go get food, they can't go get booze, they can't go do anything that they need to do. They can't go get their toys or see their parents or their family, which is things they like to do. So, no, it's not having kids in your fort that breaks your frame rate. It's you being an idiot with the children in your fort that breaks your frame rate. Sheesh. So yeah, your frame slowing down is literally them trying to escape from the prison that you've given them. People. I'm getting elked. I'm just going to stop reading the things that you say in my chat because you clearly have no idea how this game works. If you genuinely want assistance, let me know. But you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Like in Factorio where it just tells you what takes up the most of the time. DF Hack will do that for you if you really want. It's just pathing and item and updates. Generally what causes the most lag is wild animals that are flying or locking something behind a door. Like, quite literally, the only thing that really wrecks the frame rate in this fort is buzzards. Also, to be clear, elks aren't just going to randomly attack children in Dwarf Fort. Same with unicorns. They don't do that. That was an old bug from a long time ago that's been fixed. So you don't need to worry about your children getting elked or unicorned. If you have undead elk or undead unicorns running around, then yes. But then at that point, you should be burrowing all of your dwarves, not just the children. You could assign them to a separate group and put them in a burrow, and then they won't try to path out. But if you just lock them in a room, yes, they will try and path out. And yes, it will completely obliterate your frame rate from existence. This is why having random locked doors in your fort is a bad idea, because cats will get stuck behind them and wreck your frame rate. I get so disappointed when I hear about people playing Dwarf Fortress to the meta, because the meta, which is like, you know, lock your children in a small room, just let your cats breed uncontrollably, wonder why there's dead cats in your living room, and then complain that dwarves get upset at dead bodies. It's just like, okay, so forbidding a door. Okay, so if I hit O and make it not pet passable, if a cat wants to get through this door and they're convinced they want to get through this door, they'll just try and path through the door, right? And if they're trying to path through the door, that will wreck your frame rate. So if you're setting it to be not pet passable and the cat has to get through this door, say this is the only door the cat can get through, the cat will just sit by that door until somebody walks through it and it opens momentarily and the cat can dash through. That will hurt your frame rate, okay? If you forbid the door, forbid passage, and that is the only way out, and there's children on the other side of this door, they will try and path through it. They will try. And the only time they actually can is when something goes through it or the door opens. So if you lock a door and you have people on the other side of it, it's quite literally the equivalent of locking a child in their bedroom. They will try and get out. But in Dwarf Fortress, that just translates to wrecking your frame rate. I don't know. This shit's just common sense to me. I don't understand how people don't know this stuff. Like, this is just how games work. Like, I don't know. And so many people just, like, play Dwarf Fortress in this way that is popularized by certain portions of the community of just like, oh yeah, no, murder everything, lock everybody in lock children in small spaces, all that stuff. It's like, what are you even doing? Yeah, doors tied to levers is exactly the same as a normal door. Bridge might be better, sure. Well, I mean, bridges aren't destructible, and doors can be knocked down by anything with destruction. So like, an ogre or a troll could just knock down a door. Or certain large animals can just knock down a door, whereas they can't destroy bridges, which means you should use bridges as your front door, not... And also because when bridges are up, they just become walls. So they're not going to try and path through a closed bridge because they can't. They will still try and path through a locked door. Yes, but then, like, you see the model just, like, walk up to the door with a question mark flashing on them, and then they're rubbing up against it, and you're wondering, like, well, I wonder why they're trying to get through. Like, I made that mistake, too, but I figured it out real fucking fast. Real fucking fast. It took me, like, a couple of minutes to go, like, okay, what happened to my frame rate? Oh, there's a dwarf stuck on the other side of this. It's like frame rate went away. Okay, what's changed? What have I done in the time that the frame rate went away? I locked a door. Okay, I should probably unlock that door. Frame rate comes back. Magic. Guards and guard dogs. If you chain out, you don't even need guard dogs. If you just put an animal on a chain, they'll just see them. Like, if you take a dog or even a cat and you put it on a chain, they'll just see the gremlin or the cobalt or whatever coming. They'll just see it. Same with an army. You could even put them behind a fortification even. The vast majority of DF issues are human error, but the problem is a lot of those human errors are popularized by the community as the way to play the game. Like, that's the thing that blows my mind. So it's like the most popular ways to play the game will actively detract from your experience. Like if you, this is why I don't recommend people watch YouTube guides, is because I've watched a couple of YouTube guides that are setting you up for this sort of stuff. Like over the years, I've gone back and watched that. Well, here's the thing. Add doors everywhere. Don't leave them locked. Lock them if you need to like make something stop and go through a different door. But if you leave them locked, then you're going to have problems. Totally. Put doors fucking everywhere. That's great. Just if you need to keep something out of somewhere, use burrows. Assign children to burrows. Yeah, exactly. Locked doors can be tricky. But like sometimes you need to lock a door to stop a vampire from eating a dwarf or something. Maybe you need to lock a door to stop something from happening, right? Maybe you have a tantruming dwarf. You need to lock a door to stop them from running through this area. But like just remember that if you lock people behind a door, it still counts as a door and they will still try to pass through it. But the problem with Dwarf Fortress is because the vast majority of the Dwarf Fortress player base have absolutely no idea what they're doing. And a perfectly good example of this is the Dwarf Fortress Roundtable podcast. Those guys are great, right? But they are very willing and accepting of the fact that they have no idea what they're doing, right? That's the case for the vast majority of the people playing Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is a very obtuse game that's kind of hard to parse, that you need to put a lot of time into to really understand it, right? Like, I kind of had no idea what I was doing in Dwarf Fort for the first couple hundred hours. Like, I knew how to play the game and could get by, but I didn't really know what I was doing. But I've hit a point now where it's like, I know the game so well, inside and out, that if my game starts lagging, I probably know what's causing it almost immediately. If there's an issue, I know that it's there almost immediately because I have an absurd amount of hours in this game. Very few people have the same number of hours in this game as me, right? So then what you have happen is you have people who consider themselves to be knowledgeable about the game. Maybe they have 30, 40 hours in the game, which compared to a regular game is a lot of time. But for a game like Dwarf Fortress, it's nothing in the grand scheme of things. I mean, when you have somebody like Cupo who has literally tens of thousands of hours in this game probably, he knows how to spot that shit. And he knows when there's an issue. And he knows how to fix it. Very few people actually do. And so when you have people who sort of know, making tutorials on YouTube for lots and lots of views, and say, oh, this is the optimal way to play the game, or this is the best way to play the game, they're probably completely, totally, and utterly fucking wrong. And that's just a fact. Whereas with Factorio, I think the majority of the people who are way into Factorio know the whole game inside and out. And I don't think that's the case for Dwarf Fortress. Well, I hope you enjoyed the lurks. And thanks for continuing to watch and support the stream, Aqua. Because, like, I feel like it's every other day I scare away almost as many new people as new people come to the stream. They get me on a bad day, and then people just don't like me anymore. So thanks for sticking around and dealing with my shit on the bad days. No, not unless you're on like an untamed wilds biome, and even then, like, I mean, I've had people freak out at me like, oh no, there's elephants walking around. It's like, okay, hippopotamus, sure, kind of dangerous. Giant ticks, sure, kind of dangerous. Certain types of anything that's undead, yes, dangerous. There are certain like big animals that are kind of scary, but they're not just going to go randomly attacking a child. That's not normal. Like a giant alligator, sure, those will attack a kid. An alligator, maybe. An alligator snapping turtle, definitely. Giant mantises, absolutely. Most of the giant iterations of creatures will. Birds will dive bomb them, but they won't hurt them. Not unless they knock them off an edge or something. But no, it's not really normal to just get randomly attacked by animals. Like, I've got fucking elk and moose walking, and fucking, like, well, I guess butt tons of chinchillas. But, like, I've got chinchillas, wolverines, moose, elk, and other various animals in this fort. And I've legit had one instance where somebody got hurt by an animal, and it was a crow that dive bombed him. And he fell down some stairs and died. But that was it. Once. In 172 years. So I don't know what you're. And as Stone said, yes, boat murdered was a long time ago. Boat murdered was a long time ago. So people assume that like, oh my God, Wolverines, lock the doors. I mean, here's the thing, right? Now, honey badgers, those will attack your dwarves. Honey badgers are scary as fuck, man. Bees will sting your dwarves, but like, who cares? Boat murdered wasn't 2D, was it? Was it really? I don't think it was. Chat, was boat murdered before DF was in 3D? But yeah, that's the problem, is people read the stories from Dwarf Fortress and they take them as fact. Like, the average Dwarf Fortress player will probably still tell you that noise pollution is a thing, and also, in the same sentence, will probably also tell you to be aware of carp, because carp will eat your dwarves. Neither of those things are even in the game anymore. Carp was a bug that got fixed, and noise pollution doesn't exist outside of a few very specific factors, which are so minor you don't even need to worry about them. It's like... Blue Water, there was a point in Dwarf Fortress where shops would generate noise and would wake dwarves up when they were trying to sleep, and dwarves would get annoyed by the noise. So like I'll straight up like be watching someone who's brand new play Dwarf Fortress on Twitch, and random person will be like, "Don't forget to worry about noise pollution," and then they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "No. Just this person either doesn't know what they're talking about or they're just wrong." It's been a while, Firefly. How's it going? I'm alive, not dead. Not currently in the worst feeling I've been, so I'm okay. Surviving. Functioning, frustrated, pissed off, angry, depressed, but I'm okay. Oh, dude, IRL Wolverines are terrifying. I saw one on a hike once. Those things are horrifying looking. It was from a very safe distance, but still, yeah, no, Wolverines are scary as shit. Dwarf Fortress, Wolverines are not. Okay, here's one of my favorite quotes about Dwarf Fortress. The only difference between a lion and a cow in Dwarf Fortress is a cow is a big creature with teeth equipped, and a lion is a big creature with teeth equipped, a mane equipped, and swords equipped on its hands. That's the only difference. So if you get bit by a cow, it's exactly the same in Dwarf Fortress as being bit by a lion. The only difference is the lion also has claws to scratch you with, and a mane. So if you just like give a cow a sword and put a mane on them, it's literally exactly the same as a lion. It's the only difference, stats-wise. They're both a large creature, and you don't want to get bit by either of them. Wolverines are a small creature. Well, medium-sized creature, probably. Actually, I don't know. I would assume that they're probably a medium-sized creature in DF. I'd need to look at the wiki. Are you really going to be that guy, Firefly? I know it's been a while, but are you really going to be that guy? That is the least favorite person of every streamer in existence. Literally. You just lost 10 cool person points. Come on. Was that pre or post 3D, Stone? You cannot unsee it. Now, I mean, it's completely true. It's the way animals work in this game. There's vermin, there's small, there's medium, and there's large animals and giant animals. The only difference is what they have equipped. Okay, that's what I thought. I was going to say, I don't think Boat Murdered was pre-3D. But apparently it was. Okay. Apparently it was. Is only slightly less efficient than Battle Lions. In theory, yes. But I don't think either can be trained as battle by default. So, oh, damn it. I just realized I'm making this out of the wrong material. Because I was distracted about talking about cows. But yeah, no, chat. How to become the least favorite person of a streamer with one sentence. Tell the streamer that they should be playing a game that they used to play a lot, that they don't play anymore for specific reasons. Or don't play much because they don't like it these days, or they are burnt out on it. It's how to become a streamer's least favorite person in one sentence. Don't be Firefly. Just don't do it. No hard feels, Firefly, but just don't do that, please. Just don't do that. It's been a long time since someone told me I should go play RimWorld, and I'm pretty sure the last one got banned. So I'll give you a I'll give you a pass on that. I play that game once a year as part of a charity event. That's it. Surface area and scale plays a role in combat too, and weight, and the amount of fat. But statistically, the only difference between a lion and a cow is a lion has a mane equipped and swords. Also, technically, if I recall correctly, I remember reading something about how apparently praying mantises technically have 4 swords equipped because they have 2 going down and then 2 going forward. So they can like latch on. Anyway. And pull you away. Praying mantises are terrifying. Praying mantises are basically that one. Seems like a tower. Here, I'll give you a bigger scale view. It's this. It's a big floating room up above the fort. Oh, that depends on the streamer. Some streamers are okay with backseating, some are not. I know some streamers who encourage it, so. But I don't know any streamer who really appreciates being told, hey, you should go play this game. Or, you know what would be cool is if you did this. It's like, oh, fuck you. Quite literally, just go away. Like, I quit RimWorld 2 years ago. You don't really need to tell me to go play RimWorld. And I'm pretty sure that's why you haven't watched me, and that's totally fair. But... you know, you learn something every day, right? You learn something every day. I'm just waiting for that last ramp to be removed. But I can start working on this ceiling layer. Because this is going to have one more set of walls going up, and then we're going to flatten the whole thing up. I don't know who Major Butt is, but maybe they like their butt getting sucked. You haven't watched because of college? I gotcha. What you studying, if I can ask? College is important, though. That's good that you haven't been watching due to college. Streams are irrelevant. We'll be here when you're done.
This is madness!
Madness? I remember when Hobo was in college.
Cheat.
Man, fucking, it's been so long, dude. What's up, man? How's things? Fishery and wildlife. Oh, shit. Good stuff. A lot of interesting routes to go from there. Minoring in music? What kind of music? Do you know what kind of job you want to get out of that? Or is one of those just for fun? But which sucks major. British United Taekwondo Federation. That's being a G, doing G things. I mean, it's not Saturday. What? Oh, Hobo. Guess what arrived? I can now rickroll you guys on record nights. Oh shit, Orson Fricks became a peasant. I don't know if you're lurking, but you're a dwarf, he became a peasant. Here, chat, I want to show you something really fucking stupid. And something less stupid. Stupid thing first. Woo! That's the stupid thing. So, that. And this is the slightly less stupid thing. It's a good woohoo, because it's so, like, monotone, like, woohoo! That's it. But, yeah, that's the one that I'm actually bragging about. Which is, protect the land and genocidal humanoids. Yeah. All proceeds of this go to charity for relief efforts. I almost went to university for music, which is why I ask. I almost went to university for composition and music production. Yeah, right? I mean, I bought that immediately when I heard that they were putting out new music. I was like, yep, buying it. But it's literally just they put out two... You like Cave Dragon Bone! They exist! We're never going to see them, though. All right, Orson Frakes, you... Oh, also... Yeah, I will probably never do any more traditional training. I'm just so tired with all kinds of schooling. I'm just saving my pennies and slowly buying synthesizers. Very slowly buying synthesizers. There we go. I mean, as somebody who's excited to go to school, you shouldn't ask my opinions on schooling because I have thoughts on my opinions on secondary education. But, like you said, whatever makes a person happy. But yeah, no, that new System of a Down is really fucking good. It's a pity it was just 2 songs. It was one of the few good things to come out of 2020 was new System of a Down. And a ride on the track. So, like, what, 2 months of my pay? How much? Okay, save me a Google search. How much are those tickets? I mean, I have to save pennies, right? Because I get paid in pennies. When you get paid in peanuts, you kind of have to be like, well... And by that you mean you're about to drop $1,000 on an F1 race? Yeah, that's like a month of my pay. You're gonna drop a month's of my wage on an F1 race. Yeah, Firefly, you haven't been here in a while, but most of this chat, or a large portion of this chat, is way into F1. So there's a good few of us that sit down and watch all of the F1 races. Although, if you do buy that package, I will watch that race on F1 TV and go, ha ha, Hobo wasted a lot of money. Oh wait, no, I'm jealous. And then Mercedes won everything and you got bored? Yeah, I know the feeling. Got halfway into the season and then Mercedes won everything. It's okay, it'll be exactly the same this season. There is a dwarf standing on this. You gonna fall? You know, I'm not even gonna... Okay, it's fine. You canceled. Motocross and stuff like that. See, I just watch F1. Hobo also watches NASCAR. I don't watch NASCAR. My uncle, who I'm not super fond of, really likes NASCAR. I watch F1 and F2. I'm there just for the tech. Mostly. It's about only what to get a ticket. You're just a regular ticket to make. You have to make a deposit to maybe get a ticket. Okay. $300 to $400. Fair enough. Oh, are you? Oh, so if you drop the $1,000 thing, are you guaranteed to get a ticket? Is that what you're saying? So instead of like having to enter the lottery to maybe get a ticket, you're just guaranteed one? Okay, I can kind of see that now. That suddenly becomes justifiable, right? Okay. I don't know, then it's up to you at that point, you know? I mean, I'm not gonna go anywhere public or do anything in 2020, so I'm probably in 2021, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. But I mean, my advice would be don't do anything and don't go anywhere because there's still a pandemic happening. But at that point, you know, it's up to you. You do what you want to do. Also, hey, berries. It's good to see you, man. I'm just building my towers in DF and dreaming of the day where I can go outside again. Yeah, I feel that, Firefly. I mean, we'll all be laughing at the Haas team. I don't know. I'd eat a barbecue with I'd eat at a barbecue with those guys, but yeah, I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem worth it to me. Not for that much money, anyway. But then again, I don't believe I would ever actually go to an F1 race. Shit's too expensive. It's too rich for my blood, unfortunately. I'd rather save that money and go to 3 or 4 small concerts than... Like, in a world where I can actually go outside and leave my one-room apartment, I would rather go to concerts. Or even better, just keep the money. Because I'd like to, you know, have a future. And in a future where my eyes don't work, I need money. Did you bring earplugs? Because you keep on saying that it was very loud, but I don't believe that I actually asked you if you brought ear protection. That's like step numero uno for any kind of motorsport. Rich people expensive. I also just like wouldn't ever want to go to Monaco because I'm the kind of, okay, so I like F1. Everything about Monaco actively makes me want to vomit. I hate that fucking city so much. I like F1 because I enjoy the, I like the tech and I like the kind of sports drama of it. But the culture that surrounds it makes me feel ill. I hate that part of it. And that's how I feel about a lot of motorsports. Because there's a lot of surrounding rich people culture that just makes me feel sick. So I wouldn't ever want to go to Monaco. Just because the spectacle and the circus of it, I think, would greatly upset me. Some people like that kind of lifestyle. It's not for me. But then again, I don't think I'm into motorsports for the reason most people who are into motorsports. I fucked this up. Made this unnecessarily difficult for myself. Oh, well, it's fine. Did an extra step. Oh, well. Did you go? There you are. It's just flaunting, the belligerent flaunting of wealth without the least bit of care or shits given for the future possibility of the Earth not exploding. That's the part of motorsports that I fucking hate. Is the belligerent flaunting of wealth. Which is also like a part of car culture that I really fucking hate. As somebody who will never own a car, the use of a vehicle as a status symbol makes me sick. Especially when it's something that is actively damaging the environment. It's like, oh, cool. So like we're trying to, you know, keep the world from heating up and killing us all in 30 years. And you're just driving a giant truck around. Yeah, it feels real good. But then again, I have very different opinions on all of that than most people. Because I'm in a position where I never get to have any of that. So, you know, there's obviously some jealousy and stuff going on there. It's more complicated than just, I hate cars. And winter is upon us. Bum, 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 bum. Which means I might just let the dwarves chill after this. Just because... it won't write itself. Well, cheers. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Unless suddenly everybody decides to unsubscribe and drop the patron support all in the same day, which is unlikely. So I will probably still be here whenever you decide you have time to watch streams again. I need to get all of these rose gold blocks out of here. Let's get rid of that. Well, actually, no, I don't need to get rid of those. I could just do this, actually. And this is going to be it for the construction for this season. So if I do too much of this, it really stresses the dwarves out. It's long periods of time without socializing. It's kind of a really long trek for them to get all the way up here and place the blocks and head all the way back down. Like, it's literally like days for them. Oh shit. Hopefully I didn't miss anything important. Well, my mayor just ended a mandate. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully nobody gets chucked in prison. Seems to start at 500. I mean, you're going for like a birthday or something, aren't you, Hobo? If I recall correctly. I was like, yeah, at that point, fucking go hog wild. Have fun. Especially if it's something that you can afford. I mean, I'm like the worst person to like talk about trying to like whether or not an expensive purchase is a good idea. I'm the worst person to ask because my default response is always going to be no. But that's because I have to save, right? Like, I'm currently in a point where I'm looking at the next few years and going, all right, well, there is a possibility I might be able to joint purchase a house with my little sister in like 5 years. So I need enough for a down deposit by then. So I'm literally just like pinching pennies left and right and only buying records when you guys buy them for me, basically. And as far as the synthesizers thing go, I have a very separate account that I'm slowly siphoning money out of my paychecks from Amazon into to be able to afford that stuff slowly. It's like I have to be extremely smart with my money. And if I'm not, then I won't be able to do this for a long time. And I'd like to keep doing this for a long time. So I'm literally I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm literally the worst person to talk to about, hey, I'm considering spending a lot of money on a pretty trivial thing. I will always say no. But that's just because I'm a boring person. Especially now. I hope that makes sense. Probably it would be just completely illegal. You'd probably get fined. And the fines would probably be more than the tickets. I mean, if you really just want to watch a race, just subscribe to the race's streaming service and watch the race, which is what I do, right? Like, I watch F1 on F1 TV. It's not very expensive. And it's excellent production value, and it's super cheap. It's like $8 a month. That's something I can totally afford. It's fucking cheaper than Netflix. So it's like, that's something I can totally afford, and that's something I can totally do, and I do. Oh, you were talking about Monaco. Got you. I mean, Lando seems kind of like a douche, and you've also already, you know, had drinks with a streamer, so why do you want to get drinks with another streamer? And I'm much cheaper to have drinks with. Yes, I'm just calling Lando a streamer because he's just a fucking streamer. He's just one of us. Hey, Zope. Thanks for the lurks, man. How many tickets do I have? I should invest. That's the last little bit we're putting into topside up here. It's just this. Then we're taking a break until the snow season ends. Because he has the same name, and he's old enough that he was definitely named after the Star Wars character. Or young enough, rather, that he was definitely named after the Star Wars character. There is a F1 driver named Lando. Literally, that's his name. And he also streams on Twitch. So... But yes, if I was given the option to have drinks with Lando Calrissian, I also would totally have drinks with Lando Calrissian. There you go, Clay. You're also coming around. Good stuff. Wait, what? Taylor be the second. That was fast. Grouchy when caught in a snowstorm, uneasy being caught in the rain. Cool. Classic case of I don't like the rain, Dwarf. You'll be okay, though. What's this Dwarf doing? Telling a story. Huh. Of how Gate Nerd became the militia captain of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Damn, I actually won. Seems like your a threat of lasers at the bot worked, SafeSlot. Sorry to those of you who lost. But I actually won one. I'm actually winning a couple. Not even just one. I'm going to take my mayor out of the military again. Even though he likes it, the military needs to be training, but I need dwarves to conduct meetings. Because if dwarves don't get to conduct meetings and they're upset, that will just make them more upset. The Forgotten Beast Leto has come. He is dressed as the Joker, an enormous quadruped composed of salt. He has a narrow tail and it squirms and fidgets. Very weak. Oh, there we go. Top right, up here. It's that Q, and it's about to fight with this thing. The green human. And there they go. The fight begins, and it's over. It's dead. The glass humanoid wins again. Jared Leto passes on. F's in chat for the Q. Lead shield demonstration. Good stuff. Yeah, see, you keep trying to attend meeting, but then you keep canceling it, which is not helping you at all. Too late. I already forgot. What was it, Banana? Who? What? Let a what? I've also had Forgotten Beasts named Toady before. T-O-A-D-1. T-O-A-D-Y. Which, whenever that happens, it's like, oh, hi, Tarn. Do Forgotten Beasts use a separate syllabary? Syllabary? Do you mean like separate words for names? You'd have to ask Stone that question. I'm not sure. But I think there are some like unique names to Forgotten Beasts. Also, I know a couple people have asked this throughout today, but one of the reasons that I know for a fact I'll use the Steam version of DF is because I want to achievement hunt in it. I think that would be a really fun couple of goals for a couple of years. Trying to 100% Dwarf Fortress achievements. I can't wait. I can't wait for that shit. That'll be a blast. Well, I mean, Steam achievements don't have platinums, but it'll be a fun set of win goals, you know? I can't wait. Platinum Fortress? Only people who've played stuff on PlayStation call them platinums, and I've never actually really achieved a trophy, I don't think, on a PlayStation, so maybe some people call it that, but I don't. No, but Tarn definitely like thought about it a little bit at one point and like named out a bunch of basic things. He's like, you know, like building a bedroom, building a guild, and then like also more fun things like discovering fun and stuff. Plenty of hidden achievements for the depths and the vaults and lots of adventure mode achievements. All that sort of stuff. Like there's going to be some wild achievements, I think, for Dwarf Fort. I need to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in a moment. So, Banana, do I need to explain to you that that is also a bug that got fixed a long time ago and doesn't happen anymore? Or, like, you know. I mean, they could, cats can't get drunk, no. Otherwise, they would just be dying of alcohol poisoning constantly. But what they could do is they could name, like, build a tavern to alcoholic cats or something. They could make an achievement referencing that without actually leaving that in the game. But that is something that needs to be removed from the game because it's not a feature in the game and hasn't been a feature in the game in a long time. But slaughter a cat could be an achievement. Deliver lava to max height. I don't know if that's something Tarn would do. I'd be surprised if that was an achievement, to be honest. Own 100 cats. Yeah, I mean, that's not hard. They don't ingest alcohol when they're cleaning alcohol off of themselves. So it used to be when they would clean themselves, they would ingest part of it. Now they don't ingest it, I think is how he fixed it. Basically, like, they don't process it, so they're not actually consuming it when they're cleaning it off of themselves. AFIK. As far as I know. How happy are you, Dwarf? Pretty fucking happy. Outside of wanting to practice craft, but that's okay. Tail AB is still upset. Should be okay, I hope. Although, something I'm going to do is I'm going to go into other jobs for you and remove you from construction removal, wall and floor to construction. We'll remove you from those just so that you're not running to the top of the map and trying to construct and getting caught in the rain, because that's where the most rain is, and where the most snow is, and where the most of all that stuff is. You found it from the bug trapper. I've reduced the effect of syndromes from ingesting the body coverings. It was like the cat was drinking yeah, it was literally like an entire mug of beer per time they clean themselves. So they can still get the liquid, just not enough to get drunk. Yeah, okay, well. It's enough to be a not noticeable thing, but definitely something that happens in the background. As far as I knew, they just couldn't ingest it anymore, but I mean, the way I thought it worked sounds about right, actually. It's like, well, they can ingest it, just not in large enough quantities to hurt them. Which is totally fine. Tarn has referred to it as an unintended mechanic and a side effect of him failing to create a method for us to remove things. So you would like to remove it, yeah, because it is technically an unintended necessary mechanic for the game. Because I talked about him about that with him in the last interview. So all is need. I mean, all is needed is you need to drop a cat into a puddle of booze, and you need a lot of booze on the ground to actually be able to drop a cat into booze. You'd need a lot of booze on the ground to be able to do that. But I'm not really a fan of incentivized torture, and I highly doubt that Tarn would put that in as a mechanic. So I very much doubt you'd get that as an achievement, if that's what you're thinking about. Because I think that's what you were thinking about. The C has to be lowercase for that to work. You probably could have hit tab and it would have fixed itself. There you go. Affection when talking with a friend. 119 years old. 119 years old and was born in this fortress. She never envies others' status. This is interesting. She never envies others' status, situation, or possessions, and never becomes angry. She is often filled with joy. A strengthening after gaining a sibling. In 122, she finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. This is Vuzel Vuzel, by the way. This is a dwarf that's been in the fort for a while. 120 years. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the harm of those around her. And she is impervious to the effects of stress. She always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. She is sloppy with her living space and very stubborn. Though she is conflicted by this part of herself, she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and she has a calm demeanor. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She rarely feels discouraged, and she occasionally overindulges. She is troubled by this because she values self-control. She doesn't focus on material goods and is quick to form negative views about things, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's like the ideal dwarf to me. I was kind of bored recently, uneasy once. It's like that of a hero monk. I mean, that's like the ideal dwarf. Although this is interesting. Always in love with somebody, but has no lovers. And also isn't married. Which is interesting. Lots of brothers? Yep. Lots of brothers and cousins. All of them were born in this fort. Same with this dwarf over here. If I go to, let's just say, Orson, the nephew. That's a lot of uncles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 uncles. Yeah, the family trees are pretty thick and busy in this fort. Pretty thick and busy. Unlike Vinsati is, what, 88 years old? Same parents as the other dwarf. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Impervious to the effects of stress, often is filled with joy, never feels discouraged, incredibly calm demeanor, very slow to anger, has a little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, isn't particularly interested about the world, and tends to consider what others think of him. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and doesn't often feel lustful, but always in love with somebody. Yep, it does. I'll release the save file when we hit year 205, Blue Water, so you can do whatever you want with it. Every 100 years, I'm releasing the save files, although I'm backing it up every 25. So I have my own personal backups, but I'll release it when we hit year 200. So people can just like look at those family trees as they want. I don't currently have an up-to-date version of Legends Viewers, so I have a version for the previous version, but I never updated it. I kind of want to just let other people mess with that. There's always some data that was missing somewhere. Probably means you've set something up wrong, but I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Legends Viewer, so I don't know. So once we hit springtime, well, actually we can start working again. Let's try and get the last of these walls done. Oh, also another thing. I don't know if you're still lurking, Hobo, but in regards to you spending too much money on an F1 race, you also lost your trip to Japan, so yeah, that's totally justified in my opinion. Plus, like, you know, there was no PAX or TwitchCon last year. Or this year. But I will maintain that $1,800 to drink with Lando ain't worth it. I'm pretty adamant about that. I think here for here it's the 24th of this month will be 1 year since no public group activities. Yeah. And in the last year, I can count on one hand, not counting nurses, the number of people I've seen in person. Because I was in hospital for a week, so I don't fully count that. But yeah, friend, mom, dad, other friend who I had over once. So yeah, 5 people. I've hung out with / seen 5 people in the last year, basically. And you wonder why I'm going a little bonkers. Actually, no, nobody's wondering that. Everybody knows. Oh shit, did I fuck this up? Yes, I did. I most definitely did. It's okay though, I can easily fix it. Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard for me to quantify and think back on the last year. It's so hard for me. Like, it's incredibly mentally taxing, is the easiest way to put it. Just because I know I have another year of this. And I just want to spit in anybody's face when they tell me that it's almost over. Because fuck you, it's almost over. Felt like a decade? I wouldn't quite say that. But what I will say is it feels like in the last 12 months, I've lost a lot of desire to continue participating in the rest of the world. How's that? I wish that was the case for me, Banana. Not even close to feeling like nothing happened. Just playing with fire. I wonder, how far is this gonna fall? Okay, the dwarf does move it. That's what I thought he would do. Oh well, at least in 2020, my YouTube channel started actually doing things. To the point where now I can make cool interviews with people. So that's a neat thing. But outside of that, like, 2020 was probably the worst year of my life. It's funny because I thought 2019 was the worst year of my life. It's all downhill from here, folks. All right, let's get that lined up. I can remove this one. I can build this. Getting close to being done with this. These layers are going quicker because they're getting smaller. And also I'm getting better at this. Can remove you. And you. And you. Cheap synths. I mean, my apartment is extremely clean, so nothing will ever be permanently cluttered. Because clutter stresses me out. I lost my main/only source of social activity and blowing off steam. So that's been really difficult to deal with. Because I have no indie music shows to go to and small metal shows to go to. So that's been extremely difficult. Certainly have gone back to old hobbies, but I've still lost way more than I've gained in the last year. And I'm going to lose more before it comes back. I think that the year would have been very different if I still had old friends, but most of the people who used to be my friends just kind of don't associate with me anymore for one reason or another. So in 2019, I more or less lost all of my friends, and then early 2020, I lost the rest of them. So I basically have like my stream team, and that's kind of it. Like, I don't know anybody in person anymore. Quite literally. It's like, in person, I have maybe, I got like 2 friends left, basically. People that if there wasn't a pandemic happen, there's 2 people that live decent distance from me that I would still hang out with. Everybody else is just gone. Due to a shitty breakup. And shit tons of mutual friends with the person I broke up with. Now it's just like, nobody's left. Everybody's gone. And some people are totally okay with that. I thought I'd be okay with that. And then it happened. Spring has arrived, which means it's now the rainy season. Also dying season. So let's see if anybody dies. I do wonder if Eternal just left and died of old age. I need to check if Eternal's still technically traveling. I keep hoping that Eternal's just going to come back randomly, but starting to not be so hopeful. Oh yeah, Stone, you weren't here for that, but I sent a dwarf off to go get merchants, and he never came back. Yeah, he's still technically traveling. So Gimper the Second has been found dead. R.I.P. Gimper. I also realized I made that hedgehog available as a pet. Sure, we'll leave it available in case somebody decides they want it. Gimper was also our bookkeeper and a member of the population. It was a good dwarf we just lost. It was a good dwarf. You know, a lot of your adventurers go that way. I don't know how often that happens. Nice easy tribute. A flask and some chain leggings. Also, what synthesizers, if I can ask? I'm assuming that's what you mean by cheap synths. I have one synthesizer, but it's not a cheap one. It's human for knife. Hawk is a good word. I like that. Nope, no knives in the tribute. I'm assuming you got it. Abe is Endy. You want to acquire something and you want to practice a craft. And Tay, You'll be totally fine. Volca drum, good shit. Oh, you have the Crave. Okay. Yeah, I have a Mother 32. Yeah, that's the Behringer M32 clone, if I'm not mistaken. I almost bought a Volca drum, but I'm just going to wait because I want to get a specific drum. I really like the Erica Synths Pico drums, but I don't know what I'm going to end up getting for drums. I kind of just want to get a DFAM. But that thing's expensive. Just go with all of the semi-modular things. I don't know. I'm saving. I'll think about that shit again once I'm done saving. Okay, so there are tomb availables. I just need dwarves who are not between jobs to go do it. It's on the priority list. Just needs to get done. If you didn't get the drum, yeah. No, I want to get modular drums, ideally. That's what I want to do. I want to get something that would fit into a Euro rack. But one thing at a time. I'm getting pretty good with the Mother 32, though. I've learned how most of its weird tricks work. Spend quite a lot of time with it when I'm not streaming. I know some people would like me to mess around with it on Discord more. It's just awkward to set it up on my desk and stream it right now. But I also don't have the money to be able to actually buy the synths that I want. So once I have more than just the single voice M32, maybe once I have a pedal for the M32, that's kind of the next thing I want to do is I want to get a pedal for it. Looking at Big Sky, but that thing's expensive. But that's kind of how everything goes, right? It's like, I'm looking at this, but it's expensive. So I'm also looking at this, but that's also expensive. But I'm looking at this, but that's, also expensive, turns out. So, one thing at a time. Although if you ever see Wave Depletion in this chat, he's got a fucking nice synthesizer setup. He's got a big fucking Euro rack setup. You want to see cool synths? Just look up Wave Depletion on YouTube. See what he's got. Neil, thanks for those. Are hell of expensive? I mean, everything's hell of expensive, but that's why you buy a piecemeal, right? Like, everything in your Euro rack and everything in synthesizers are expensive. That's why you just buy one thing at a time. Oh, no, definitely. But like I said, that's why you do it one thing at a time. Don't buy everything all at once. Buy everything all at once, you're going to regret it. Buy things individually, you're okay. But here, I'll just do this. Hold on a second. You want to see some pretty cool synthesizers. This dude's got some cool stuff. But then again, I'm much more interested in the ambient and the generative stuff over the actual drum stuff. So drums are actually kind of low on my priority list. Oh, really? What are you trying to design, if I can ask? And what parts did you need? Man, I just kind of amass anvils without even having to think about it. Although I'll bet we're probably at the point now, depending on where you are, that most parts, unless you're trying to buy microchips, are more or less available again. I think microchips are like kind of the only thing that's really getting squeezed still. Microprocessors. But depending on what you're trying to do. You want to batch order 5 pre-assembled breakout boards. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't have the space to be able to DIY shit. I might look into doing that over the summer and like do it out on my deck, because I do have a porch, but I don't want to solder anything in my apartment because I don't own this apartment and I don't have any way to properly ventilate any kind of soldering stuff. I could see myself doing something like that in the summer, but I don't know. It's probably just not worth it for me in my current living situation. Maybe one day if I have a garage or a shed or a workroom, but unless I have proper ventilation, I ain't soldering shit. Building a module that drives C64 SID chip. I mean, DIY isn't worth it unless you're just into the building it part of it. That's the way I see it. It's like, it's not worth it unless you really like building shit. If you just like building shit, then it's worth it. Doesn't matter. But you have to be way into building shit. Just period. Also, chat, I'm just going to kind of throw out an interest question here. The Patreon game for this month is Dungeon Mans. How interested are we in seeing some Dungeon Mans today? Because chat's kind of lurky. We've been kind of lurky all day. So are we way into Dungeon Mans today, or should I just do other things that are more well-known on the stream today? Because chat's been a little lurky. Maybe I'll wait for a busier day to do that stuff. Kangaroo doe has been slaughtered. I'm just curious what the interest is for today in that. Because otherwise we can totally just wait for another day. You want abstract thinking? I don't think... Oh, I can make you into a scholar. Let's make you into a scholar. Let you go be a scholar. Force you to go get some abstract thinking. Oh, right. I don't have a broker. Huh, I need to get a new broker. Because my broker went and died of old age. And hijinks. Maybe? Actually, no. I don't really want to give it to a militia captain. Let's give it to Cutest Ghost. You can have it. Although, I will say this. I really would like to get Immutable Instruments elements, and those are so hard to purchase outside of DIY. I know quite a few people who've DIY'd them because they haven't been able to get them. So that's worth mentioning. It's like, well, Mutable Instruments might be worth it to DIY just because of the ability to buy them, at least in Canada, is quite difficult. And that's also just a really expensive module. It's a $700 module up here. Sounds like fun, Zanny. But yeah, no, the gist that I get is there really isn't a lot of interest in me doing that today. So maybe we'll wait until tomorrow or Wednesday to really start messing around with Dungeon Mans. I mean, I have the whole month, right? So I think what I might do tonight is I might do another Angel of Berserk run in Jupiter Hell. Because I got real close to finishing that yesterday, and I'd like to finish that. And I have a route in my head. Actually, 2 possible routes, depending on what drops I get. Dwarf's been kind of on the edge of being frustrated for a long time. I'm starting to get worried about you. Do you have any armor? Bronze chain leggings, eh? Iron Battle Axe. That's not what I wanted. Just get a bunch of iron stuff made. The tame chinchilla kit has been slaughtered. I feel kind of bad slaughtering baby chinchillas, but also I kind of don't. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of don't. I wonder what Cutest Ghost thinks of their new job. Didn't feel anything while in conflict, was satisfied at work, was bored after leading an unexciting life. Well, that's unfortunate. Bum ba dum ba da dum, bum ba dum ba da dum, bum ba dum ba da dum. All right, chat. So it's almost 3:30. We've been kind of chill for the last little bit. We've done almost 2 years. Actually, no, I think we've done 2 years. We've now hit just under 2 years of time in Longdeath, which is a good amount of time. And I think that we're going to call it for Dwarf Fort for today. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress related stuff, there is nobody else currently streaming Dwarf Fort, but if you just want to watch more DF stuff over on my YouTube channel, there's more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including some adventures I just posted this morning, as well as a Legends deep dive and some other stuff. So we're going to, just because there isn't a huge amount of chat activity, I'm going to play Jupiter Hell. And we're going to take another run at the Angel of Berserk challenge run. Yes, a successful dwarven existence. Which is what we're going to take a run at. And then tomorrow we'll take a run at, or tomorrow or the day after, whichever day it seems more like there's more interest, we'll start playing Dungeon Mans.